Fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got rhythm, both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson! Anderson's up top!
Oh my god! Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go! Oh no!
That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
Welcome one, welcome all to SimSpeed TV. It's time once again for V8SCOPS 2023, the top community V8 series in the iRacing AusNZ Sim Sphere. Third round of the championship. We've had some really awesome racing to kick off the season at Montreal and at Winton Motor Raceway. This time we go to virtual Florida to the ex-Army Air Base of Sebring International Raceway. Very long track, this one, and very bumpy as well. Should be a huge challenge for the drivers. We've got big racing, we've got pit stops as well. It's going to be a fun night, and to bring it to you all live on YouTube, Facebook and Twitch, streaming platforms of your choice, it's me, Reese Gardner, with Dan Yeaman with me in the comms box, also handling production this weekend. Well, Dan, I've been looking forward to this for quite some time. I always love it when V8SCOPS comes to Sebring. What have we got in store for us tonight?
Well, we sure got ourselves, two races to talk about this evening. One for Super Split 2 and therefore one for the main game. 250Ks of racing coming your way later this evening for that main one. But let's first take a moment to have a look here at the circuit from the view above, thanks to Google Earth, as we zoom on in to the Floridian Peninsula, just about central. And then, as you said, down to this ex-Army, as you can still see the runways off to the right side of the circuit. But, well, yeah, this place, so much history. And now, of course, well and truly known on the world stage, thanks to the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. And of late, of course, the World Endurance Championship making its way across the Atlantic Ocean to the Americas for their 1,000 miles of Sebring race as well. And, of course, that meant we've had a very busy weekend here in real life race just now.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had a grand total of, well, I'd say nearly 24 hours worth of sports car racing at Sebring over the weekend, and really fantastic to see the results that have come from those real life events. Can't wait to watch it back because I've had a bit of a busy weekend and unfortunately have missed out on a lot of the action. But yeah, there's a lot of history to this place. First opened in 1950 with a very different layout, and it's been through quite a few layout changes over the years, but we eventually arrived at this one in 1999, and this is pretty much the twistiest that the layout of Sebring has been, but it still maintains its high average speed and those huge bumps in the middle of a lot of turns, particularly down at turn 17, last corner, Sunset Bend. There's a huge bump going right under the bridge, and in a bit of a rarity when it comes to racetracks, Sebring likes to try and keep the bumps there on purpose because, well, they're part of the character of the circuit. That's why people love it so much.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's been a great track, and of course, well, having driven on it recently, thanks to the the newly updated iRacing scan as well for this circuit. Well, actually, not quite a new scanner, Paul. That wasn't quite right. It was a graphical update, but then they did things such as update the exit of the final corner there at Sunset to sort of reflect the updates that have happened in real life. No more grass out there to potentially run your tyres into. It's all concrete, but there's also a very nasty dip out there as well. So many things around here that can catch you out if you push the limits a little bit too much, and even through the middle of the track, as you said, of course, as well. There's bumps to be wary of, in addition to those as well. Well, I think it's time now to start having a look at what we've got coming up here for Super Split 2, Reese. And, well, as you sort of mentioned, 2 races in total tonight, and what we've got is 19 laps coming up for these guys here first in this one. They are expected to be making it... Apologies, before I get my mouth completely gummed up there. But yeah, yeah, exactly. Indeed. Expecting 1 pit stop is what I was going to be trying to get the words out for there, due to the 65% fuel tank restriction for Split 2 this evening here. And of course, as always, the grid set by the pre-qualifying times from Thursday night, Friday night, and last night. So we are currently in the midst of just the warm-up session, and then we'll go straight to that race grid.
Yeah, that we will. Oh, it's going to be a fun one. Apparently, with that fuel tank restriction, drivers will only be getting about 15 laps to a tank. So there is going to be... The pit stop is going to be a relatively short one, but I wouldn't doubt that it's going to be very important as to when you decide to come in. Not to mention, you know, you got to try and work around the potential of safety cars as well. Because Sebring has traditionally been a place where safety cars are quite common, you know, particularly down the start-finish straight and along many places around this track. The walls are very close, and it's very easy with the bumps to get a slide on, lose control of your car, and end up botching a move, which could potentially put a rival into the wall and have too much damage to make it back to the pits under their own power. So they'll all be keeping an eye out for that. They'll all be thinking about, okay, like if the safety car comes out early on, might as well get the pit stop out of the way then. But they'll be hoping that it happens after the end of lap 2, because that is when the pit window opens.
Yep. As always with V8SCOPS regulations, we'll be required to, if you're going to come take a pit compulsory stop, I have to wait till the end of lap 2 to get that one done. As yeah, we're in the midst of that warm-up session now, so a hair under 8 minutes exactly just hit on the clock before we'll get going into Split 2's racing action here tonight. So we'll throw it up there on the screen for you and have a look here at the times as they're coming in at the moment. It's Len Postlethwaite for Synergy Simracing number 95, who has the provisionally best time at the moment. And I'll just switch over to that there. You can see the fastest time in the session so far, 2:07.51 to his name at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Posy. He obviously is a long-time competitor in this series for Synergy Sim Racing, but yeah, we didn't see any trace of him at the first couple of rounds this year. So good to see him back in the saddle in car 95. We'll see how well he does. He's not going to be starting on pole position, though, because, of course, the grid is set by pre-qualifying times in Split 2. Starting a lap here with Mr. Postlethwaite, we can see just how difficult the exit of Turn 1 is. Track narrows up quite a bit as you transition onto the proper tarmac off the concrete, and then concrete patches all over through turns 3, 4 and 5. And turn 5, very difficult to get right, tightens up on the exit. Got to try and get the exit as straight as possible through Big Bend. And then we come to what I think is personally, from my experience, the most annoying braking zone on the track, Dan. This hairpin, it seems that the braking point changes every single lap.
Yeah, it can be very difficult to get right. And at the same time, you're chasing consistency, and consistency likes to elude you from time to time as you work your way out of said hairpin on our way up through towards turns 8, 9 and 10. Well, 8, 9 is passed by already, actually, and already here at turn 10, the right-hander at Cunningham, before we then make this double left through 11 and 12. 11 is almost double apex left, I should say, Collier, and then a little flick to the right counters turn 12, and then tower turn here at 13 to set your run up into the final portion of the race. A little wide there on that particular one here, the Posse race.
Yeah, and then we come through a very quick section of track here. These two kinks are flat out coming through the run to Gendebien corner, this right-hander, and then an almost flat-out flick to the left, but you've got to widen the entry as possible. This is Le Mans curve onto the Ullman Straight, named for Alec Ullman, who was one of the founding fathers of Sebring International Raceway back in the 1950s. And then Sunset Bend, named for, well, if it's in sunset conditions, you're driving right into the sun coming into this corner. Wait for the bump. There it is, that big bump just coming under the bridge. Got to keep it tight and get as straight an exit as possible once again for a good run onto the start-finish straight. How's this time for Posse? 2:08:03. That's only 500ths off his fastest time. So despite running wide at Tower Turn, that was still a pretty good lap.
Yeah, all things considered, if you're only half a tenth of what you've done so far in the session, and would only just relegate you to second had it been his actual best in the session, yeah, not doing too bad at all. Speaking of second place, let's see, he is on track indeed. Let's go have a look here. The man who's currently got that provisionally second fastest time is Justin Wallace here in the Gutter Night race on Oz number 13. He works his way around through the corners up to Gendebien himself, and then make his transition onto the Allman Straight. As we just see a couple of times shuffling, Sebastian Tixier has just popped himself up into third place provisionally, going to 2:02.871 there, Reese. Let's just get myself winding up here. Maybe putting a couple of fast laps in just to see if I can test the ultimate pace as over the curbs at 3:45, and unfortunately we'll have to take to the grass there, will Sebastian Tixier.
Yeah, very harsh curbs in that section of the track. Very easy to get unsettled over them. Yeah, good to see that Tixier has run a time good enough for third there. He's looking pretty competitive so far. Michael Angus as well in fourth place in the Fishy Motorsports entry. Mr. Vandel currently in fourth place. But Vandel did not run a pre-qual time that would have put him towards the front here. He'll be starting around about 15th place when we go to the grid. Mr. Justin Wallace, who's in second at the moment, is the driver who is going to start on pole because he ran the 41st fastest time in pre-qualifying. Equals pole position for Split 2. Just under 3.5 minutes to go. We'll be able to get straight into the racing action here. Yeah, you mentioned just before, Dan, the graphical update for Sebring that came by recently. I think really awesome to see that Sebring got a bit of love there. It hadn't had a graphical update in the many years that it had been on the iRacing service, and now it definitely looks well up to date. Beautiful looking curves. You can see all of the marks of rubber on them. Very nice graphic fidelity indeed. On board here through the fast section, and yeah, you've got to use the curbs so much through that part, but you need to get off that curb and get stabilized before you get on the brakes for Gendebien, otherwise you are just going to spin out. There's a lot of runoff in that section, which is good, but regardless, you don't really want that to happen when you're trying to set a fast time or try and keep up with the drivers ahead of you.
No, not at all. The run here onto the Allman Straight is always going to be quite important to these drivers. make sure they're getting the best run. Of course, the primary slipstreaming and overtaking opportunity there into Sunset Bend, despite the fact that it's not a hairpin. I mean, in saying that, the hairpin at turn 7 is probably a close contender as well, but because you've also got the sequence of turns 3, 4, and 5 you've got to get right. That's a little bit of a wall graze in the background for Van Dell on the front stretch, but I think he'll get away with that obviously in the warm-up just fine, but he's definitely trying to hustle here, Reese, to maybe try and put a fast one on the board just to see exactly what he's got for ultimate pace here tonight before we get to the grid.
Yeah, and a lap around here, of course, takes around 2 minutes, so he will be able to finish this lap. He'll just be trying his best to maybe get a few final settings dialed in before the race, because the conditions would obviously have been a bit different in pre-qualifying. At the moment, it's looking pretty cool out there. It's currently 8:45 in the morning in sim time, and we have a 23-degree air temperature and 25-degree track temperature. So that is very nice, I have to say, once you get the tyres up to temperature at least. When you've just come out of the pits, when you've just taken the race start, these cars will be pretty skatey.
They sure will. At the same time, these cars do like their cold tyres. Well, more the fact that they quickly heat them up as well. If you're a little too liberal with either the right foot pedal when it comes to the rears in particular, but also maybe get them a bit excited with the with that middle pedal down in the footwell. Of course, with the requirement you need to blip these cars under brakes, of course. I'm sure many of those, well, all the drivers who are watching along will be aware of that, of course. But in case you didn't know, yeah, manual heel and, well, not heel and toe, you can get away with left foot braking whilst you blip with just the right foot, but you've got to make sure you get that combination of braking and the throttle, the rev matching right. Otherwise, of course, you can lock up the rear axle on the downshifts, and well, that'll send the car in a bit of a frenzy, I guess you could say.
Yeah, quite the frenzy indeed. Well, session over, and that's a good opportunity for Van Dell to practice a pit stop as the checkered flag flies in practice, and we get ready to go to the grid very shortly for this first race of the night here at Sebring. Timer ticks down, and the session will tick over. Alrighty, let's see how they stack up here for Split 2 at Sebring International Raceway. Justin Wallace starts on pole alongside Robbie Gibbs, with Paul Young and Ewan Baker taking up the second row. Michael Angus and Tim Mulford for Phoenix Racing Team will round out the top 6. In 7th place, we've got the 585 of Maddie Mascord, starting alongside Phase 4's Ben Morris. Tyler Blackburn and Troy Maguire will round out the top 10. Good performance from Maguire there, with David Kirby and James Chastaneuf rounding out the top 12 places.
13th place on the grid will go to the number 654 of Craig Schultz in that 9.5 Sim Sport machine. He was sharing the 7th row with Sebastian Van Dell out of 14th place for Pursuit Sim Racing. Sebastian Tixier, as we said there, quick in the warm-up, but we'll have to start from 15th place, who's sharing that 8th row with another one of the 9.5 Sim Sport cars this night in the form of Justin McLean, piloting the 662 Commodore there out of 16th. Glenn Postlethwaite, 17th place for him in the Synergy Sim Racing 95, sharing the 9th row Jordan Siberus in the Alpha Venturi Racing 093 Commodore Mustang there, sorry. Top 20 rounded out by Zach McDonald for 9.5 Sim Sport, and Jamie Stovall making a return to Scops there in the Synergy Sim Racing Mustang paint job. Zach Ratte White for Quality Control Racing out of 21st is sharing the 11th row with Connor Nixon in the Racecraft Blue Commodore, and our 12th row on the grid can be Benjamin Smith for Gutter Knight Race on Oz, and Andrew Ritchie for Banter Alliance Racing there in the 927 race.
Yep, teammate to James Chastaneuf. Ben Faulkner and David Coleman start 25th and 26th, and then we've got Aidan Ford and Seth Brown taking up the row behind, with Aaron Gilbert, the reigning Supports V8s champion and championship leader as well, starting alongside Jason Fewens to round out the top 30 places. Behind them, we got Justin Pennefather and Brady Baldwin, with Jay Brazier and Dan Hall 33rd and 34th. Brenton O'Brien, the manager of Evolution Racing Team, starts 35th alongside Dave Douglas, who I haven't seen on track in quite some time. Stephen Banks and Rob Crisdale will start 37th and 38th, with Jamie McKnight, Oliver Pattinson and Damien Cairns rounding out the 41 cars here that will likely be taking the start. Damien Cairns, I believe, a reserve here, so we will have 40 cars taking to the grid. And of course, Simon Black and Henry King are in race control, ready to bring out the Porsche 718 Cayman safety car should there be a big enough incident out on track. And they will be going through protests and assigning penalties to drivers if it ultimately comes to that. Of course, there's an awful lot of hard racing in V8SCOPS, quite a few incidents, which means that race control definitely has their work cut out for them. Long run to turn 1, but the first corner here at Sebring is quite open, so there'll be lots of potential for some big moves here coming off the start, which will be happening right now. The revs rise when we get ready to go. Many thousands of horsepower ready to put the power down to the concrete here at Sebring. And we're away. That was a pretty good jump there from Paul Young. Really good stuff. Unfortunately, it seems that Ewan Baker has come a cropper and he's gone for a spin, blocking the track. That's taken out half the field potentially. The majority of them make their way past, but Ewan Baker is stopped on the start-finish straight. Justin Wallace, though, leading the way out of turn 1. Young moves into second, and yep, that's an incident further back. Looks like another car spun around in the concrete, manages to get going. That was Benjamin Smith who got spun around there. He does manage to get going though. Baker, I believe, is rolling as well. Through turn 5, the midfield comes, and well, now we get down to the hairpin. First overtaking opportunity of the lap, and Young having to go defensive versus Robert Gibbs coming into the hairpin for second place, and looks like manages to defend that as Justin Wallace tries his best to skip away from the rest of the field.
It's busy here. All up in the I'm seeing Seth Brown, Justin Fulan switching spots. These guys are fighting in around the 30s, like Brady Ball and Dave Douglas going back to back. We've got Tixier and McLean fighting over 12th place on the road here. You can see got Postlewood up the inside. He's trying to get his nose in there in the Synergy Sim Racing machine, but swarm of 9.5 cars, the pair there of McLean and Zach McDonald getting involved. Is just in the background, a shot here. So they work their way to tower, turn for the first time, but Posse up the inside.
Oh, no.
Hip and check through the corner. They're going to check up the 662, but what it has done is get these guys side by side. McDonald's going to fall back in line here and make sure he doesn't attack his teammate too aggressively, but he's going to have to watch out because look at this in behind. Richie, Rate White going side by side. Is that 3 White almost in the background there for Jinder Bean? Goodness me, these boys are going at it here. That's in and around Connor Nixon possibly there. If I can find it. Yeah, it is indeed. Oh, the Alpha Venturi car going for a wobble there. The 093 of Sybaris. Almost.
And Rattray wide off too. This is a bit of a chaotic lap 1 so far, and there's that 3 wide. Sebastian Vandel then having to outbreak David Coleman into Sunset Bend. Jamie Stovall runs wide in the Mustang there and allows Vandel back up the inside. Meanwhile, it's on for 3rd place. Having to go defensive is Robert Gibbs, and trying around the outside of turn 1 is Michael Angus. He almost pulled that off, but he's going to have to wait for another opportunity here. Tries to slide up the inside, has a look, tries to unsettle Mr. Gibbs, but nothing doing for the time being.
He got close all right. In fact, was alongside in the head for a moment out of Sunset Bend. We missed that one on shot there, Reese, but Gibbs would drive down the front straight and into turn 1. Able to take that spot back as there goes the front of your field. Single file for now as they work their way up into the hairpin. Lap 2 of this race. And Angus looking comfortable under the brakes there on that particular occasion as they work their way out past Fangio and down to Cunningham and Collier once again. Oh, there's been something in the background. I'm seeing a lot of cars shuffling. Daniel
Sybaris. Jordan Sybaris and I think Jamie Stovall.
Oh, there it is.
Oh dear. Yep, that's no good. A few cars off. Down at the hairpin, Ewan Baker slides on through. And Oliver Patterson's
involved there. Number 10 of Dave Douglas, unfortunately, getting involved. We might want to make that one of our first replays we go to, or I can see getting more scrapping for position. This is just inside the top 20 here. Oh, Nixon off in the dirt. There's going to allow McLean up the inside on the run to Gender B, and he'll actually get ahead there. So they sort themselves out single file. But Nixon looking racy here. Race, I think, wants to make up for that, but can't get to the inside on this particular occasion as they get ready to wind their way onto the backstretch once again.
Yeah, so that incident at the hairpin was started by Jamie Stovall tapping around Jordan Sybaris, the Alpha Venturi driver, and unfortunately it seems a couple other guys got involved through very little fault of their own. Actually, having a look, it seems there was a big coming together between Dave Douglas and Oliver Patterson, so we'll see how that goes as they move on to the start-finish straight for the third time here. Very close gaps here as the 9.5 car tries his best to hold off the pursuing pack. Justin McLean has got a lot of work to do here because he's got Varndell, Stovall, Nixon, and then the pack of Brown, Coleman, Gilbert, and Rattray White all near him. And oh dear, that's a bit of an off there for Varndell. Goes wide.
McLean's who had a moment while we're running on board with him as well here, Reese.
Jesus, everyone's having trouble with these turns here. Big oversteer moment I just saw for Seth Brown as well. So now McLean's in trouble, and Jamie Stovall goes around the outside of Big Ben to get it done, immediately moves defensive for the hairpin, and there's nothing that McLean can do. There's Connor Nixon on his outside. Boxed in a little bit, but has the inside line for the hairpin. And then it's the drag race out of the turn. They were briefly 3 wide behind, but oh dear, that's a big off for Zach Rattray White. Goodness me. Manages to recover it though. A lot of positions lost there.
Yeah, you're not wrong, because here comes the 260 of Brenton O'Brien, Benjamin Smith trying to cover as, oh, both of them in too deep. Trying to get past Rattray White, will undo the gains there. And, oh, it hurts. Oh, gee, that hurt O'Brien quite. In fact, look at that, really having to take his time before he finds a bit of clear track to get going once again. But Rattray White just lost a spot to the 027 of Jamie Knight in the process. It is all kinds of actions. We've got David Coleman now trying to have a look up the inside of this group here. Now led by Seth Brown, then number 5, Pursuit Sim Racing car. But it's Coleman and Nixon side by side here through Le Mans onto the Ormond Straight. And they've got Aaron Gilbert trying to possibly eye them off as well.
All right. Well, as all of this chaos sorts itself out, we've just gotten our first penalty of the night. Jamie Stovall, black flag for that contact with Jordan Siverus on lap 2. And we've also seen James Chastaneuf retire from the race, missing his front end because he collected Ewan Baker after Baker spun on the start-finish straight.
Nothing too surprising about that. Just seeing Andrew Ritchie and Glenn Postlethwaite side by side on the exit of turn 1 here as they work their way down to turn 3. And see Posse, not afraid to get his elbows out tonight, Reese, but as a result has already got some pretty decent scrapes and dints on the front end and the sides of what would be a Sim Racing paint job on that car, but I don't have that just yet tonight. See here as Ritchie tries to work him over. Good run out of turn 5. Goes for the inside of the hairpin, and that is almost job done, but Postlethwaite wants a challenge on the brakes here.
Manages to get past, though, does Andrew Ritchie. Nice move. And things may very well calm down from there, but who knows? Postlethwaite was very aggressive on the opening laps, and I guess the state of his car at the moment attests to that. See what he can do to try and get back past Ritchie then, because Postlethwaite has been trying to work his way forward from his starting position, but hasn't had much luck with it. He's only up 3 places. Ritchie, meanwhile, started 24th and currently holds on to position number 14. Another penalty. Oliver Patterson black flagged, and I think that was that was for further contact at the hairpin, around about the time that Stovall and Siberus came together. Well, things seem to have calmed down just a little bit. That means we can assess how drivers have been doing. Ritchie, of course, 10 spots up. Same for Daniel Hall. Looks like Chrisdale and McKnight, 27th and 28th, both up 11 spots each. David Coleman moving past Connor Nixon as well for 17th place as things stand. Coming into Sunset Bend for them. But I'll tell you what, Robert Gibbs has gotten a really good turn of pace on, and he's actually pressuring Justin Wallace for the lead right now. Have a look at that gap.
It's coming down, all right. You're not wrong. Inside 3/10 of a second. We'll blow back out a little bit under brakes here, but yeah, keeping the pace up is short. Was seeing some when Postlethwaite's just lost a couple of spots because he's opting to come to the pit lane early here, racing the 95. The first man down onto the lane to get some pit service complete and top that car off to make it home here at the end of lap 4.
Indeed. We also had a big incident at Sunset Bend. Benjamin Smith and Jay Brazier came together on the way into the corner, and that unfortunately collected the KFC entry of Stephen Banks. So most of those cars are in the lane as well. as we're well and truly in the pit window now. Something's happened to Matty Mascord, meanwhile. He's falling down the order. Not too sure what's going on for him. Yeah. Maybe ran too deep.
Oh, is that more smoke in the background there at the hairpin? I was going to say we might try and take a moment to go through a couple of replays in this race, but once again, the action continued to come thick and fast enough that if I want to take a moment, we're going to miss something out here. Live, it would seem. So do I take my... I think I have to take my chance and maybe start with Sunset Bend and then pick up Matty Mascord here on lap 4, start of lap 5. And
yeah.
Looking through some of these replays for this evening here.
All right, first off, here's the coming together. And yeah, just a little bit too deep there for Brazier. Got pinched slightly, and wow, the Race on Oz car smashes into the wall, and very unfortunate for the Mustang involved as well. And here's what happened to Mascord. He just got on the brakes too late for the hairpin, had to take avoiding action, and I suppose he did the right thing there. Unfortunately, that's a lot of places lost there for Matty.
It is indeed. David Douglas on this lap as well. Real quick, whilst we're on the replay, so quickly see what's happened here for the number 10. Oh, it's in the grass at tower turn. And a bit of sideways action. Thankfully, hasn't gone completely around there as Douglas in the Night Call Racing Mustang, but we're losing a little bit more time. He'd rather not, I suspect.
Yeah, and there's been a change for the lead as well. Robert Gibbs has made his way in front of Justin Wallace. Got squeezed quite a bit on the Ullman Straight with a poor exit from Le Mans for Justin Wallace, but the ERT Mustang managing to make the move stick. But Justin wants that lead back because there's an extra element to Split 2 competition. For those of you who are unaware, who are new to V8SCOPS, the winner of the Split 2 race will have the chance to compete in the Split 1 race later on. These guys are racing for a golden ticket into the main game. Of course, they don't have to take that opportunity if they don't want it, but it would certainly be a good opportunity to get even more points. Right now, Robert Gibbs seems to be doing everything right, because have a look at how nervous the behaviour of that Race on Oz Commodore is.
That was incredibly dicey, yeah, say no more about how Justin Wallace's car was looking out there. All kinds of sideways action. It looks like, yeah, Gibbs now with a bit of clean air on his nose, looking a little more comfortable with his race. At this moment, though, gap is still at around the 4/10, half a second marker here as they come through Le Mans once again straight. So there, Wallace trying to be aggressive on the way in, so it's costing him on the way out. In return, check back into these two guys because we've still got plenty of drivers here close to each other for the most part, working their way down the straightaway as well, and certainly. Keep each other honest. It looks like the closest one might be here. Sebastian Tixier on the back of Troy Maguire for the final spot in the top 10 here, Reese.
Yeah, looking good between these two. Tixier working his way up from 15th, but Maguire holding on to the position he started in as things stand. Tixier, though, looking quite aggressive. We saw how quick he was in practice. Obviously, his pre-qualifying pace wasn't all there was to it. So let's see if he can move his way further in. Of course, pit window is open, and we are seeing drivers come in. It looks like Ben Morris is in the lane. Aidan Ford and Brady Baldwin also making their way to their pit boxes at the moment. So as the laps tick down, as we see drivers come into the lane, Tixier will probably be thinking about this. If he can't get past Maguire on track, he could potentially try and undercut him, try and use the pit stop to get past. Of course, you'd probably be remiss not to take tyres in your pit stop, considering it's only a short fill of fuel, but it's such a long track and there's so much time spent on throttle that you actually use quite a bit of fuel around here.
Sure do. Some of the data I was given beforehand, just shy of 4.8 litres per lap. As Tixier deep there through Cunningham and the compromised Collier. Give Wallace here a breather as they look down into Tower Turn this time around and bring Zach McDonald into the equation, make this almost a three-car building if we sort of play with the margins at the moment here on screen. And yeah, at this point, and well, with this race, expecting only need about 4 or 5 laps of fuel. No, sorry, 4 laps of fuel even to be precise. Yeah, it's not much fuel, but you might as well take some tyres while you're at it. It probably only cost you probably 4 or 5 seconds. staying stationary for the tyres, but if the tyres on these kind of cars go away, is Connor Nixon in the background having a bit of a scrap. Let's bring him up on screen here, because look at this. David Coleman looking for the inside on the run to the end of the Alton straightaway race, and nose ahead already before we get to the brake zone.
Yeah, looks like Coleman's got the inside though. Manages to slow it up for the apex of the corner nicely. Straighten out the exit.
Tixier.
Oh no! Spun on the front stretch. What on earth has happened to Sebastian Tixier there? Take care getting that going, mate. Oh,
it's caught Dan Hall and Vondel.
Oh no, Tixier's trying to reverse, but he's got cars coming through. And that might not be looked upon too kindly by race control. That was tragic for Sebastian Tixier. He actually lost that all on his own. He ended up rolling up on the concrete on the exit of Sunset Bend and spun all by himself. We're going to see a view of it here. Gets up on the very bumpy outside of the corner and whoop, round it goes.
Oh, it is nasty indeed. And then we had several cars coming. So there's a Dan Hall up the inside of Sebastian Vondel. They're scrapping over their spot on the road. And then we've got, oh no, Tixier in the way. But yeah, Hall moves over to obviously avoid the stricken car. But Vondel is still trying to keep his nose in it too. And as a result, well, Vondel gets another scrape. But it's Dan Hall who finds the concrete with the nose. 462 ERT Mustang. I'm sure it is at this point. Vondel there does redress the spot in the moment, but well, that damage is substantial.
Safety car.
Oh, and that's why, I think.
Yeah. One of the
that's Dan Hall again.
Oh yeah, that is Hall. I was looking at it. I was like, that's an ERT Mustang. Oh dear.
Hadn't had a chance to flick away, so might just go straight back to the replay to see what's happened there.
Well, he's gone for another spin, and actually, Vondel hit him again.
Right, so oh, no, the engine's popped.
Yeah,
engine popped on the downshift as he tried to bring that car back.
Not Vondel's fault. So, yeah, that's a real shame there for Daniel Hall, but that was a massive hit that he got. And I think, well, no surprise to see that everyone's decided to come into the pit lane to get a free stop there. Looking at the view on board from Hall coming out of Sunset Bend, seeing Tixier stopped across the racetrack, there could be an argument made that he could have gone to the right of Tixier, but I think when you're in the driver's seat, you don't want to be going where the stopped car is pointing, because there's a chance they'll try to move forward out of the way. And it all happened so fast that I think Hall just had nothing to do. That's interesting, though.
Indeed.
Justin Wallace getting back into the lead through the pit stop cycle, and comparing pit stop times, looks to me like Wallace's stop was a good 0.6 quicker than Robbie Gibbs's time.
It was indeed. So there you go. How about it? Makes that little bit of advantage where it counts. And all in all, actually added up to basically that 6-7 tenths in the stop exactly there was all it took to get that one done there. Now, apologies for me, I'm just going to switch the cameras here real quick because I've unfortunately done a bit of a disservice to the Pagnini Import safety car. Just going to do a quick cheeky paint refresh while we've got the field out on the track and get that one sorted and ready. Well, what I'll do is I'll switch back in a moment and pray I've given it long enough for refresh. So, indeed, actually, there is one car that has opted not to come to the pits in all of this hullabaloo, and I've gone back a bit too soon, but it's here. Sebastian Vondel, you can see there. No stop time yet in this race, although interestingly, has already gone down the lane once so far. Actually, was there a penalty at some point that you might have mentioned? No. No? Apparently he recorded this doing a 22-second transit down the lane at some point, but...
Yeah, I don't see any penalty on record for Vondel, so I'm not too sure what's going on there. There's this potential that Vondel might have not had his pit stop set up correctly when he came in, so he'll have to take another tour down the lane. But everyone should be fueled up to the end, and we'll have a straight-up race to the finish, apart from Vondel, of course, coming into the lane. Question is, when will he do it? I would argue that potentially the best time to do it would be now, under the safety car. He'll lose very little time, respectively, compared to you know, if they were under green flag conditions, but still, that will be a lot of positions lost.
It will, yeah, because of course now the whole field bunched up. Everyone will cycle on by. Yeah, the number 4 Pursuit Sim Racing car when he does go down to the lane. Everyone down to 34th place from his current spot in 18th. As they round Le Mans corner, no sign yet that we're going back racing, so we'll get to the end of lap 10 at this rate before we resume the racing action. And well, as part of the reason why you can see the field barely just coming around Le Mans corner with the safety car about halfway through. They are mostly bunched up. Just got James Chastaneuf is currently out by his lonesome circulating here, and unfortunately for James, 5 laps down on everyone else. Well, 5 laps down on the race lead, I should say, not everyone else, is only 40 seconds behind the car in 39th of Benjamin Smith, who's, by my measure, retired from this race. Yeah. Still in the pits.
Yeah, indeed. So Shasti will be able to get at least one position out of that. But you know, we did see that Chastaneuf was the driver who collected Ewan Baker on the start. So he's managed to get the repairs to that car done, and he'll be able to get to the finish and get, hopefully, some classified points.
Speaking of, let's see if I can try and find that moment there for Chastaneuf.
Yeah.
There we go. I've got something, because we didn't actually get a chance to go back and look at the race start, so fingers crossed I've got the right one here. Yeah, indeed. This is the race start, as you can.
Yeah, so Baker spins in front, and Chastaneuf has nowhere to go. Bam! Heavy contact at the front. And, well, looks like pretty much everyone else managed to avoid that. Baker just, oh yeah, there's a bit of contact involved in that as well. So not only was Baker struggling with the wheel spin and the car bucking and diving around him, but he was getting ricocheted off people around him. That's a real shame.
That would take a couple of laps to try and fix it. Now, I'm trying to think if there was anything else on that one that we missed, but I think to be honest at this point, there may be a couple of things. Oh, there was Ben Smith going off out in the background there. As I said, that one was sort of self-inflicted. So I think we'll leave it at that there. That was the big one from lap 1 we missed. We'll head back to live pictures. You can see here Chassis now on the back of the train. And indeed, up to position number 39 out of 40. Although we'll have to get as far as 37th at this stage before that will be no further.
Give it a couple more laps and Chastity might just get to 37th place because Daniel Hall is obviously retired in the pits. Stephen Banks as well is disconnected from the server, and he's 2 laps ahead of Chastaneuf. So yeah, give it to about lap 14 and Chastaneuf will have gained a couple more places by that point. Most positions gained in the field so far is Jamie McKnight. He's currently in 19th place, up 20. That's a magnificent run there from Mr. McKnight, part of the Synergy crew, who recently merged with the former United Sim Sports team that Jamie McKnight managed. So a big reason, not the only reason, but a very big reason that Synergy is the powerhouse that it is this year, and last year for that matter as well. So let's see what McKnight can do from here. He's into the top 20 after starting all the way down in 39th place. Can he make up any more before the end? We expect that the safety car will be in at the end of this lap. We can already see starting to pull away. Simon Black in the Pagnian Imports Porsche Cayman. So now the field falls under the control of Justin Wallace, and once he enters the restart zone, he'll be able to go any time he likes. Restart zone, I believe, begins at the bridge over Sunset Bend.
It might just. Don't remember. Actually, brush my memory whether it's going to be a specific zone or whether he actually will be given control completely. The moment the safety car makes it back to the pit lane here, and well, from that onwards, it's entirely up to him. And of course, a relatively long front straightaway here. Won't want to give too much of a hand to Robbie Gibbs. You can see there, who's trying to time this. Gets right on the bumper. He wants to go. There goes Wallace. We're back underway.
Oh, that's a bit controversial though. Race on Oz, Tyler Blackburn with a big amount of overlap before the start-finish line. You are allowed some overlap, but it didn't look like he got past Gibbs before they crossed the line. So that was a bit of tactics there, I think, from Wallace and Blackburn. But yeah, he's overcooked it coming into the first corner. That's going to allow Young by and potentially Jay Brazier too, though Jay is a lap down thanks to being involved in an incident earlier. Have a look at this fighting back in the pack. Troy Maguire heading up this big pack of cars with Schultz, Richie Coleman, Nixon, Brown, Gilbert, McLean, etc. Oh no! Oh, this is not a good spot. Not a good spot for this kind of incident to happen. Get on the brakes. Oh no!
That's going to be another safety car because there we go. Coleman's car is going to end up on its side. Nope, make it.
And it's yeah, sort of. It's windows. It's driver's side window.
Yeah,
oh, no.
leaning Jower, and he's trying to get that car back up, but no can do, unfortunately, there. Well, that will... yes. Yep, actually, yeah, Simonback absolutely spammed the button there to get that race back under control, and wow. Okay, time to process a few more things there, Reese.
Yes, so that was started with... looked like Andrew Ritchie making his way past Coleman on the exit of turn 5, around the outside no less. That left a gap open for Connor Nixon to try and get through on Coleman, but they made a bit of contact, and it looked like there was some space between the cars on my end, unfortunately. Yeah, looked like
that's the one we saw from a different angle. Try and pick that one apart a bit more.
Look at it from Seth Brown's perspective. Oh, that's a big tumble.
Lovely. We can do that indeed soon. Excellent. Okay, where's the gap? Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, perils of internet racing made well and truly clear there. And then who's the unfortunate one to pick up? Oh, that was that of the Banter Alliance cars there. Unfortunately, grabbed Coleman.
Yeah, that was Jason Fewens.
It was Jason Fewens.
Number 67.
It's 67. That's why I'm used to seeing Jason for the past little while. An 067 number. And okay.
Continued.
So it carried on a little bit before the safety car got called as everyone's trying to sort themselves out. And it'll be about now then I presume the safety car gets called. Yeah, there we go. Brakes on early. Right. Whew. So yeah, that was a little something there. Now, actually, let's see. Can I go and queue up Tyler Blackburn on that race start and get it to about the right spot? Okay, not quite. Let's see a little further back. Get it just before the race starts here. Almost. One more jump backwards. Let's have a look at it here, as you said. Now, it should be all right, but was certainly pushing it. Now, obviously, has his teammate in front. He's walking up to the back bumper. And he goes with his lead teammate. He just in behind at the start-finish line, so I think he will be okay, but unfortunately in too hot, and that's not the preferred racing line. And unfortunately just grab the grass and lose that spot there to Paul Young on the exit of turn 1, but able to keep it going and slot into P4 for the time being, Chris.
Indeed, but the big victim of that one was David Coleman, and he's still on his side. Or is, I suppose, his side and top coming through Big Bend. These guys obviously on the opposite side of the track to him. Oh no, sorry, I'm still on replay. Yeah, Coleman back in the pits. No surprise there, and he will be out. That's a big shame there for Coleman, because it seemed that he had moved himself close to the top 10 by the time that incident happened.
Yeah, not long there. That was a real chance that he was hoping, I think, for a good result after maybe not quite qualifying where he'd like to, and just unfortunately goes ever so slightly begging for him there in that particular circumstance. All right, so caution heavy mid-phase of this race after what was, for the most part, a good opening, I'd say, Reese. Gonna have to see if they can get things sorted out here for the restart. Looks like safety car not pulling away here on the Ormond Straight, so we will be going green at the end of... Nope, he does start pulling to Simon Black. All right, I'll have to completely eat my words. We will get going here at the end of lap 12.
All right, short safety car period, and everything's all cleaned up. See what Robbie Gibbs can do to fight against Justin Wallace here. Paul Young still sitting very close by in third, and Tyler Blackburn hasn't lost out too much. He's in fourth. Try and shadow Wallace as much as he can here, and Wallace goes. That's a pretty good jump there, and it was coordinated well with Blackburn, who'll try and get up the inside of Young on the way into the first corner. Meanwhile, it's side by side for fifth place, Mulford versus Kirby. You see them on the inside there as they make their way into turn one. Blackburn getting past Young, and looks like Mulford losing the position there to David Kirby. And look who comes steaming through on the outside. It's Michael Angus and the Mustang, and manages to hit David Kirby in the rear. Backs off a bit though and gets it done. Some synchronized sliding between Angus and Morris. Oh my goodness, I'm loving this. Now, oh no, take care everybody.
I think unfortunately that's self-inflicted, all getting loose in the exit of 5. As the rest of it, I want to find someone who's up towards the front here racing. Look at this here now, it's Troy Maguire's turn. Another one of the Fishy Motorsport cars as they try and, they've turned each other.
God.
Michael Angus has gone around this time thanks to getting involved with Troy.
Goodness me, there's so much that has gone on in this race. I'm genuinely having trouble keeping track of all the incidents that have gone on here. There was some 3 wide there. Morris was stuck in the middle, and Maguire trying to sneak his way up the inside. Unfortunately, Morris managed to not get it done.
3 wide through Cunningham and Collier. I think we just did have for a moment.
Yep. And on the way down to Tower Turn we come, and they are 2x2 on the exit, because of course they are. You're on board from Ewan Baker, who's stuck in the middle of all of this. 17th place right now, amazingly.
Oh, no.
Oh, contact with Craig Schultz sends him spinning off at Jean de Bienne.
Dear me, unfortunately that one was just, written in the stars, I think. And that car stalled out for a sec. Can he get that car going?
I can see the exhaust was firing. He's away. That's good. Well, let's try and get this race done without any further big incidents. Yes? Please. Thank you. Justin Wallace leads from Robert Gibbs. Tyler Blackburn in third. Paul Young in fourth. And it's a big gap to fifth place, because we have Jay Brazier all on his lonesome down in 35th place, splitting those two groups. And Mulford versus Maguire for 5th place at the moment, as we check out Gibbs trying to pressure the back of Justin Wallace, and the slipstream is on through Big Bend. It's defensive from the number 13. What can Robbie Gibbs do? He's on the racing line. That's where the rubber is. Can he hang it around the outside of the hairpin? No. Nope. And a bit of a slide on the exit too.
Oh my goodness, Robbie certainly not afraid to put some rubber down there. Oh, a bit of a hip check. Oh no, Richie, I think, has just been sent. Zach McDonald there as well. The static shot in the hairpin looks like it's paying off, but not quite the way I thought it would. Indeed, it is Andrew Ritchie there rejoining the circuit in the 927 Banter Alliance car. Right, so that's a couple of things I want to try and...
You know what the great irony... The great irony of that incident for Andrew Ritchie was, it was that was actually caused by the 295 cars of Zach McDonald and Justin McLean making contact with each other. McDonald bumped McLean into Ritchie.
That's right, okay, so that is now Fishy Motorsports tangling on lap 13 pretty much exclusively. Then 9.5 decided to join the party with elbows out. The intra-war, intra-team wars apparently going on tonight on lap 14. I kind of don't want to ask which team is going to start scrapping with itself next.
Certainly Race on Oars won't be hoping that that's the case, because they're currently first and third. As check out onto the Ullman straight, more potential moves being made. Jason Fewens trying his best to hold on to something here in this race, where it seems like everyone's had some kind of problem. Brady Baldwin and Benjamin Faulkner side by side. Jamie Stovall and Glenn Postlethwaite battling out of Sunset Bend as well. Looks like Stovall's gotten the run there on his Synergy teammate, but it is on between Faulkner and Baldwin here. Baldwin in the Synergy Mustang, and that was a bit early on the brakes there for Faulkner, or was it late on the brakes for Baldwin? I think the latter, because Baldwin ran quite wide through the first turn there. And now, having to fend off Sybaris, Douglas, and the recovering Chasteauneuf, who still remains 5 laps down on the leaders. And tell you what, it's going to be yet another position for Chasteauneuf with David Coleman out of the session now.
It is indeed. All right, I'm going to take my chances. Just saw tyre smoke, but to hell with it, we're going back. So first of all, confirmations. We have that there. That bum from Michael Angus seems to really upset David Kirby's car, but then just unfortunately all over the curbs by his lonesome, and it's just going to go around.
Rear tyres too hot.
Yep. And then further on down the straightaway with Michael Angus here. So we've got, see there, Troy Maguire looking for a spot here. Let's see if we can get a nice angle. So Maguire up the inside of Morris. Bump, and it's the bump with Morris that sends him around actually. But I mean, as a sort of, into that, kind of started by the fishy car of Maguire going at it there. And then last one from 13. Craig Schultz here. So we've got Aiden Ford alongside him there in the Platinum Racing entry. Baker's in behind in the KSR Mustang, and yeah, it just gets a nose in where realistically it probably shouldn't have been recently. We'll have to leave it there, I think, despite the fact we had more drivers we'd love to check out on, but it's busy on the road.
Yeah, go back to the lead, I would say, because it is on. Justin Wallace and Robert Gibbs trying to find a way through here. Look at this. Slipstream on and defensive again from the number 13. Nice wide line for Robbie Gibbs into turn 1. Can he get the over-under done? This might be a good opportunity here. Yeah, the door opens, but only just. He's up alongside, and this could be a move into turn 3. Late on the brakes. Wallace will try and hang it around the outside, but no. Gibbs gets into the race lead. Wallace is going to try and find his way back at turn 5. The door opens again, but outside line almost always has the advantage on the exit of that turn. And Gibbs with a slightly better exit. I tell you what, he is going to protect that inside with his life. Look at this. Fantastic fighting. Wallace, though, late on the brakes for the hairpin. Gibbs locks up. Oh, he keeps pinching the right front in the hairpin. It's worked out for him that time, but he's going to have to try and minimize that. Just trying to get the car rotated, but locking the fronts induces a bit of understeer. Regardless, ERT in the lead, and now the race on Ozcars behind will have to work together.
Well, I've been able to do it off the restarts. We'll see if I can do it here in racing conditions. I have to say, having heard that Robbie Gibbs was in split 2 tonight, Reese, after he decided to sort of make himself, or have a crack at V8SCOPS starting last year. Little wiggle there for Wallace off a tower turn. And it is now becoming a 4-way fight for this position up front, because Paul Young, do not discount him at 7/10 off the back of Blackburn there, as they wind their way through Gendabine and Le Mans, once again coming to the start of lap number 17 in this race, Reese. But just, coming back to Robbie Gibbs being here in Super Split 2 tonight, it just was a little unexpected, to say the least. He's shown good pace and almost always been solidly top split material in V8SCOPS since he started out in the series last year. But, a little dip in form, but he is hoping to turn that around with the race result here to get that main ticket game, that main game ticket, as you mentioned at the start of the race and earlier on in the race, being the special part here to Super Split 2 for those who can stay up front at least.
Yeah, this top 4 are miles away from the rest of the field. And it's Ben Morris who holds on to P5 right now. Good to see. This is amazing, this battle for this race lead. Wallace started on pole. He's held that lead for so long. He's had it under threat for quite some time from Gibbs, and now Robbie is in the hot seat. What is it going to take with only 3 laps to go for Justin Wallace to try and get that win back? Certainly not trying to lay down some tyre tracks on the exit of the hairpin. You want to try and preserve some rubber there. Oh, no. Oh dear. Justin McLean and Matty Mascord. Those 2 drivers involved there. They've fallen all the way down to the late 20s in terms of positions.
You can see the leaders in the background. A shot from over there going through Cunningham and Collier. This is over here at turn 5. We can see as McLean gets underway now. Obviously that caught my eye with all of a sudden giant block of cars moving past a couple of cars that weren't going anywhere at the same time. So
Mascord and McLean were fighting over 15th and 16th at that point.
see on the exit of turn 1 to turn 3, and I don't quite particularly where this one might be going. Up the inside.
And the squeeze.
Oh, but once again, just like David Coleman, Reese, probably an incident that we prefer not to see, and not necessarily in the hands of either driver there.
Yeah, it's a real shame. Regardless, that's where they sit at the moment. Oh, there's been another problem. Aiden Ford having a lot of trouble. That's on the exit of Le Mans Corner, and I get the feeling that was from picking up the grass on the exit.
Oh, Aaron Gilbert, as well as lost his bonnet, and he's currently going very slow down the Ullman straight away.
Oh no, it wasn't just the grass that took Aiden Ford out. It was Ewan Baker steaming up the inside into Le Mans Curve and hitting him around, and I think Gilbert might have collected him. Oh, easy does it.
He grabbed the wall there, Reese.
Oh dear. This is the meaty end of the race, and Shasti is not racing any of these drivers for position. He's just trying to get a finish on the board here. He's probably wondering, God, what if I hadn't had that start line incident? I might actually be fighting with these guys for position. Regardless, he's going to have to try and pick his way around them as we get Robert Crisdale up the inside here of, I believe, that is the... Yep, that's Sybaris, who's already had quite a few incidents here today. Will Crisdale make his way up the inside? Brenton O'Brien's there as well, and the ERT Commodore. Up the inside goes Crisdale, and Sybaris loses the rear, so does Crisdale, and Brenton O'Brien says, thanks very much, guys. I'll take 2 for 1.
He sure will there, but this is all kinds of pandemonium still. This is the battle for 18th on back, and it goes back to Kirby in 25th. Crisdale with the lob. Almost gets into O'Brien, but thankfully does not.
Almost too much lob. Oh dear, oh dear. We've still got a whole 250k race to broadcast here, Dan. I don't know if we're going to have the energy to last.
We're going to have to find it from somewhere. Presuming Split 1 brings the same action as this. As we see this side-by-side Sybaris up and over the curbs on the run to Gender Bean. Thankfully, the car doesn't go flying out underneath him, but that could have been nasty to say the least. And I wanted to come back to the front of the field because Barney's got the white flag in hand for Super Split 2. And your top 4 have spread out. But it's still going to be a race between Robbie Gibbs and Justin Wallace now, I think, for this golden ticket. As I just saw, Seth Brown is going a little slow off the final corner. He's dropped back into 7th from 5th place there, Reese, as well, as this group comes to take that white flag.
And what a group it is. Mulford's fallen off the back of this fight. Maguire has made his way up into 5th in the midst of all of this. Fantastic job there from Troy. And look at this fight. Zach McDonald trying to hold off Glenn Postlethwaite. This is the battle for 13th place. Posey almost getting caught up with Brady Baldwin, and James Chastanerf, who's, again, 5 laps down on these guys, has to let Ben Faulkner go. Faulkner with a very wide line there. Who will come off the best out of this group? Obviously, Zach with a little bit of a disadvantage with no rear wing. But back to the front they come, and you see there's a bit of traffic ahead of Robbie Gibbs. That is Sebastian Tixier. I went back and checked what happened to Tixier, and it was exactly the same thing that resulted in his first incident. He ran too wide out of Sunset Bend and spun on the bumpy concrete on the exit. Hopefully that doesn't happen at the end of the final lap here, because goodness me, that would be a big issue, as Rattray White going for a spin at the hairpin as well. It has not stopped. Every single lap there's been someone having an issue here at Sebring. But 1 corner to go now for our race leaders. And Robbie Gibbs has managed to gap Justin Wallace over these last couple of laps. Tixier thinking about letting them go here. Let's see how this works out then. A very good drive, I have to say, from the number 2 of Robbie Gibbs. And he should be very proud of what I think now is a certain victory. Nearly getting into the wall on the exit, but keeps it going. And Robbie Gibbs is your winner for Super Split 2 at Sebring. Justin Wallace and Tyler Blackburn will complete the podium, both for the Gutter Night race on Oz Team. That was a fantastic battle between those guys for the podium, and a very strong finish from Paul Young. comes home in 4th. Maguire gets 5th. Mulford still trying to fight off Jamie Stovall here right at the death, and they make contact going to the line. Oh, Stovall crossed the line ahead.
He did, and oh, that's done some damage to Mulford's
Yikes.
car, and then we've got... Look at them here, just swarming as a pack to the finish. Watch out, we've got damaged cars, guys.
Oh, God.
It's not stopping it. Oh, Posse.
Yeah, spectacular finish to a spectacular race for Glenn Postlethwaite. Right into the donuts. I love it.
Which is mildly amusing given that our race leaders have decided that they're going to take it nice and easy on the in-lap in comparison, it would seem. But I think with more or less everyone across the line, we can now go to the race results here from V8SCOPS Super Split 2 at Sebring for 2023 racing. Yeah, my word. That was quite the action pack there. It took 10 laps, and then all of a sudden, I can't say that. The opening 10 laps were pretty crazy, just that we didn't have a safety car to bunch them all back up, and then we went through that twice.
Yeah, we did indeed. That's your top 10 then. And once again, props to Troy Maguire, up 5 spots. Blackburn up 6 spots, though. That's a really good job from him. Seth Brown and Jamie McKnight, though, 21 and 31 positions up, respectively, for those guys in 7th and 8th. So I have to say... polite clapping for the both of those guys to get into the top 10 from way down in the field. Took advantage of all of that. And Ewan Baker, despite being the one who caused that huge crash at the start, still manages to come home in 11th. I have to say that's a pretty big race there for Ewan Baker. And well, Glenn Postlethwaite rounding out the top 20 there, losing 3 spots. Also noticed that Crisdale managed to gain 20 spots while we weren't looking. Fantastic job to see there. Patterson gaining 19 places despite the penalty he received from race control. And then it's a long story of what might have been for quite a few of these guys. I'm thinking about Kirby, Sybaris, Mascord, Rattray, White, Ford, Angus and Nixon all losing many spots there. But in the midst of all of that, Jason Fewens up 4 spots. Oh dear. Last few cars then. Last car to finish on the lead lap was Sebastian Tixier with Brazier 1 lap down, Schultz 2 laps down. Chasteneuf ends up 36th in the end, and Coleman, Hall, Banks and Smith all retiring from the race. Oh dear, let's step aside for a moment and take a big fat breather, because we've got Split 1 action coming up for you all very shortly here on SimSpeed TV. 250 kilometers of racing coming up here for the main game. I'm Rhys Gardner, Dan Yeaman with me, and you are with us here on SimSpeed. Stay with us, please.
World of Outlaws Dirt Racing is available now. Download your copy today.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got rhythm, both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up top.
Oh my God!
Big crash. Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys are going to want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, here we go.
Oh no!
That's massive.
This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my God.
God, what?
You're watching SimSpeed TV. It's round 3 of the 2023 V8SCOPS season. Wow, we're almost already out of breath after that chaotic Super Split 2 race. And we've got 250,000 meters of racing to go here around Sebring International Raceway. It's time for the main game. Our Split 2 winner, Robbie Gibbs, has joined the fray, and we'll be able to see how he stacks up against some of the best V8 drivers in this region very, very shortly. We got qualifying coming up with 2 groups of 20 drivers each, and then, of course, the big race with 2 compulsory pit stops. We'll go through all of that in due course. Once again, I'm Reese Gardner. It's Dan Yeaman alongside me in the comms box and directing as well. Double duty once more for you, Dan, and goodness me, you had your work cut out for you in Split 2.
Feels like it, yeah. Want to go and look at something, but no, everything's happening out on track live, and, well, I'm sure there's a few things, unfortunately, we missed during that race. And at the same time, can't hang around forever in Super Split 2 to have a look at all of them. So we'll have to leave them in the past where they are now because, as you said, it's time to get ready for the main event of 250 kilometers of racing here tonight. For those who weren't here with us for the start of the Super Split 2 broadcast race, let's go have a look at the track from Google Earth once again here at Sebring International Raceway.
Indeed, let us go forthwith and into the state of Florida. Pretty much smack dab in the middle of the Florida Peninsula is the town of Sebring, just outside of which is former U.S. Army Air Force Base Hendricks, which was a place where in the Second World War drivers were trained flying the B-52 bomber. And there is the track as it is now. Of course, very different to how it used to be. It's been through quite a few layout changes over the years, has Sebring, but its character remains the same. Lots of concrete, lots of bumps. It's made up of a runway or 2 and plenty of access roads for the airfield. And a really fantastic track indeed. Provides some fantastic racing, plenty of overtaking opportunities across its nearly 6K length.
Sure is. Turn 1, turn 3. If you can switch it back through 4 and 5, maybe, depending on the car you're in. Not so much these cars. They don't particularly have, they're kind of big cars, of course. But the main one, the main one in the opening sector, the hairpin, turn 7. But also the run up to Cunningham at turn 10. Maybe fire it down the inside at Tower. Like just almost every other corner at this circuit is a reasonable overtaking opportunity, depending on how the other guy gets out of the corner before. And, it means that, yeah, we're going to see a lot of action. We saw it in Super Split 2, that's for sure. And, well, this is an even tighter group of 40 drivers. Well, 41, because as you did mention there, Super Split 2 winner Robbie Gibbs has joined the session. So we're a little bigger than we were for that first race here tonight. But qualifying still to come to figure out where they're all going to get started. And speaking of, here are those full details we've got coming up here today, Reese. 250 Ks around this place adds up to 43 laps. And as you said, 2 compulsory pit stops. And, well, for those who are well familiar by now, the OSR rules regarding pit stops is a minimum of 2 tyres, but with the supercars having enough pit crew to change all 4 at once, it's a no-brainer there to make sure you've got fresh rubber on all corners.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'll have more than enough time fueling up to get those tyres changed and still have yet to come off the jacks. Qualifying, of course, split into 2 groups, and the first group is going to consist of positions 21 to 40 in pre-qualifying, plus the Split 2 winner. And then Group 2, positions 1 to 20 in pre-qualifying. So we will see who manages to get the best time down on the board as the track evolves through this qualifying session, and who can maintain or gain their position at the top of the drivers' points standings, which we should take a look at for a moment before we get into qualifying. Well, Rehan Lienage taking the win in the first round of the season. Young Rehan bursting onto the scene there. Andrew Gilliam took the clean sweep at Winton Motor Raceway last round, so they're equal on points coming into this round. Haven't seen Andrew Gilliam make an appearance in the session tonight, so it's really on Rehan now to try and maintain that pace. But I bet the synergy drivers of Ross, Briggs, Latta, Rosella, Hobson are going to have something to say about that, as well as potentially Corey Shepherd if he is in the session tonight. Either way, points still very close here, and by the time we get to the last few rounds of the championship, this could be looking very different.
It certainly, well, odds on, it will change complexion just a little bit, of course. There are 2 drop rounds for those who aren't able to make races here and there across the season, or if you make all races, you get a little bit of leeway if something doesn't quite go your way out on circuit. But yeah, Corey Shepherd is on circuit right now in the 718 Privateer Mustang that he's been running around in for the past couple of months, and expect, I think, him to try and contest with Lienage. But whilst we sort of say it's on Rehan, obviously, to extend his advantage at this point in the early part of the season here, Reese, I mean, all in all, we're still looking at 6 drivers inside of 100 points when there's 450 up for grabs tonight who can make the race win. And the points system for V8SCOPS and Oceanic Sim Racing events is fairly lenient, and, well, not lenient, that's not the right word, but it rewards those who show up, even if you show up and don't have a great result, because you don't have a lot of points drop off to the back of the field. It's still, I think, around almost 200 points for finishing 40th place if you can make sure you finish the race, which does require hitting a 2/3 race distance marker relative to the race leader.
Yeah, and of course, for the case of drivers like Gilliam and Shepherd, if they don't show up tonight, well, actually Shepherd is in the session, so I'll focus on Gilliam. If we don't see him tonight, then he'll still be in with a shot because there are drop rounds, of course. Your worst result gets dropped at the end of the season, and if it's a round where you don't show up, well, then you have nothing to gain, you have nothing to lose. Of course, we're not going to be really thinking about drop rounds until the last few rounds of the championship, but still something to keep in the back of your head here in the opening rounds.
Yeah, 100%. It will mean that Andrew Gilliam will drop out of what looks like the championship contention in these first couple of rounds, whilst we're just counting the raw points scored in this opening phase. And then, once the drop rounds are factored into the displayed standings, which will probably be around the Endurance Cup races later on in the year, then he'll probably suddenly just reappear in the top 10 at least, because we do only have the top 10 here as part of the graphic. Of course, the full set of standings is available to all the drivers on the relevant spreadsheet. And speaking of top 10s and such, Reese, also worth paying attention and giving a moment to the team's championship standings for this season. And, well, yeah, no surprise, Synergy Sim Racing are out strong. I actually removed all the unique identifiers here to go off the drivers' names, because with a team as big as Synergy, they have a lot of drivers in the game. And look at that, Barney's waving the checkered flag. So a real quick rundown of the team's points, and then we're into qualifying Group 1 here.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I got to say that Pursuit Sim Racing, Gilliam and Talyancic making a good case for themselves in the opening rounds, and Dylan Pereira and Rayan Lienage at Phoenix Racing Team. Well, Pereira, he's still competing in Split 1, not as high up as Lienage, but still getting those last few points together to really make a good case for the Phoenix Racing Team there. Don't count out the likes of Evolution Racing Team and Race on Oz, 95 Sim Sport as well. They will definitely be a factor, at least in the middle of the top 10. Either way, we are into the qualifying session now, and once again it is positions 21 to 40 in pre-qualifying plus the Split 2 winner, and we have plenty of them moving out already onto the racetrack. Corey Preston is the one leading the charge. Corey being a driver who's had plenty of bad luck in his time in V8SCOPS, though with a few very good results in between. Actually saw a Facebook post from Mr. Preston recently where he credited Brett Stiles at Hybrid Racing Simulations for helping with his upturn in pace and consistency with some new sim racing equipment. So let's see how that carries Mr. Preston forward, and if he can avoid getting into incidents that he has nothing to do with. Either way, it's going to be a nice clear track here for this long-time competitor in the iRacing V8 scene. And he is way out ahead of everyone else. Have a look at this. I mean, Rainer Costello, Scott Gamble, Blake Warboys, Jordan Ross, all in the line there. The next DRT car finding his way there. And this is going to be interesting, because there's a lot of straight line sections here at Sebring. That means that the slipstream is pretty important for getting a good lap in. I mean, if you're really a fantastic driver, then you can eke that pace out anyway. But I'd say that drivers like Preston and Costello will be thinking, oh man, I wish I had someone in front of me. I'd be able to gain that extra couple of tenths to try and secure my qualifying position. Either way, that's going to be in the back of our minds for now, because Mr. Corey Preston is going to take us for a lap around Sebring International Raceway here. Run out wide on the exit of Sunset Bend. Carry as much momentum across the start-finish line as you possibly can. Try and stick close to the wall on the right-hand side, but don't touch it, because it'll send your car up and over through turn 1. That little cone on the fence is the apex, and picks up the throttle nicely coming out of there. Hard on the brakes for turn 3, a corner that tightens up a bit as you make your way through to turns 4 and 5. And staying middle of the road, nice and tight for turn 5. That's a pretty good line there for the 980. And he'll have a moment to rest through Big Bend on the way down to the hairpin. Very difficult braking zone here. Let's see how he goes down through the gears, all the way down to first. Try and get as much acceleration as you can on the exit. Didn't quite hook up the curb, but that's fine. You can definitely carry pace through the corner regardless. There's plenty of corners around Sebring where multiple lines work, and they are all of equal pace, particularly down at Sunset Bend. But he's got a few more corners to negotiate before he can get there. Meanwhile, on the way up to Tower Turn, control the throttle. You can see that car is threatening to jump out on him, but he's keeping it under control very nicely and absolutely nails the apex at Tower Turn. That was a brilliant run through that corner. See how he goes through the last part of the lap here, Dan.
Yep, that's indeed. Keep eyes on it. Position to be in. Maybe a little bit of track there available on the left side to open the entry up, but aggressive over the curbs here. Try and set up one on and run on the middle and straight. Get over the curb on the apex with the right side tyres as well to help hook the car a tiny bit for good measure. I'd say maybe a little conservative through there, but at this point, still got another almost 10 minutes to get up to a wall. Won't have a lot of chances here, of course, with the 2-minute odd lap time, of course, meaning that each sort of cycle, in-lap, fast lap, sorry, out-lap, fast lap, in-lap, still looking around 6.5 minutes to the line. Preston will come, and it's going to be a 2:01.755 is the number recorded by iRacing there. So he goes, well, momentarily to the top, but it's immediately eclipsed by Rainer Costello. 2:01.298, going to be the fastest of the first couple of times as they start trickling on through. Next up, Jordan Ross in the 143.
Indeed. Jordan Ross, a driver that has done quite well in the past and doing very well here today. Goes provisional P1, first driver into the 2-minute bracket in this session as more times come in. Chris Coxhead to second, Hayden Veld to fourth, Thomas Hinz to seventh as Brad Ratu puts the 938 into second place and then is eclipsed by Damien Johnstone for Synergy Sim Racing. And Sebastian Flock moving up into 6th place. Got a little bit of a slipstream from the Commodore ahead of him, which is very nice to see. Thomas Freeman puts himself into 10th spot, setting a 2:01.584. So that's your spread for the time being, as Brett Loxton sets a fast time, goes into 13th spot. So there we go. 20 cars have set times, and looks like we're not going to be seeing many others out on track at the moment. There should technically be 21 cars taking the start here of the qualifying session with Robert Gibbs in the session, but Gibbs has yet to come out.
Wait, more to it. He might have dropped slightly. Just having a quick look at my... No, he was supposedly in the session, but...
He set a time in practice.
Looks like I can see session instant, so maybe I've been given some... I think I might have been given some slight session administration privileges for this one. So I can see that he's had an off-track at some point in qualifying already, Reese. No guess as to when that might have occurred.
Okay.
No guess is needed, perhaps, per se.
All right, then. Yeah, it looks to me like he came out of the pits, did a lap, and then came back in again. So, don't know if we'll be seeing Robbie Gibbs back out. Might be just taking an opportunity to have a rest after that very high-octane Split 2 race. Here's Michael Whiting then.
They're on their in-laps. I just wanted to sort of point out these two cars here of Ken Ladder. And if you look there at his current fastest lap of 2:01.952. And, it's still going. Hayden Harris has jumped up to 17th, but the car behind him, which is now 19th, it's the smallest gap we almost could have. It's currently the smallest gap of a single millisecond currently separating 18th and 19th in the session so far, to give you an idea of how tight things are at the moment. I mean, spaced out over the 20 cars for the moment, 1.2 seconds. We'll see if that tightens up here in the dying stages of the opening part of qualifying Group 1.
Indeed. We have Richie Stanaway with us as well for this race. Of course, if you're a watcher of real-life motorsport here in Australia, you would have seen the name Richie Stanaway popping up quite a bit in the top categories. He is a long-time iRacer himself and has been active in the AusNZ iRacing V8 scene for many years. Really good to see that he is one of quite a few drivers who have made appearances in V8SCOPS over the years, including Shane Van Gisbergen and Scott McLaughlin. Really fantastic to see how the best sim drivers stack up with some of the real world's top competitors as well. Stanaway, not quite on the pace just yet, but we might see a little bit more out of that number 62 Mustang very soon, as they're all out on their second set of outlaps at the moment. They will have about another 7 minutes or so to set their times, and then there'll be that 5-minute break, and we'll get ready for the second group, the drivers that set the top times in pre-qualifying. So a good opening salvo from Jordan Ross in car 143. He is a good 3/10 clear of Damian Johnstone, so he has a nice gap to play with, but there's all of the chance in the world that many will improve their times in this second phase. It is a pretty hot track out there though, 42 degrees Celsius. That is reasonably warm at the very least. So that's why you see them going so slowly on their outlaps here. They are trying to keep the tyres cool so they can get the best grip out of them when they put the hammer down, like Blake Warboys is about to do now.
The reason I bring up Blake Warboys is he's one of two drivers who've joined us on Zoom tonight. He's just starting a qualifying lap, so what better time to check in with him is what I would say. If he got that one off to a good start, we'll see if that's hindered him too much. 6/10 down, usually P8, looking to improve on a 2:01.496 here. Is what Warboys is like. You see up and over the curb through turn 4. Has to be careful not to get that curve at turn 5, as that will disturb the car enough to ruin the run around Big Bend to the hairpin here. Listen out for the brakes into the hairpin on this second fly for Warboys.
Nice and deep on the way in, manages to hook up the apex nicely. Oh, that's a big helping of oversteer on the exit, but he got the car rotated very well. Warboys, a pretty spectacular driver, and of course a competitor in the NTE series, which we broadcast every so often here on SimSpeed. You'll be able to catch him in that series as well, where he's one of the top competitors. Out of this very difficult set of left-handers and then through to tower turn. That's a nice direct line on the way in. Some drivers tend to avoid that slight right-hand kink apex and straighten up a bit earlier for the braking zone, but Warboys is much more comfortable with a direct line to the turn-in point, it seems. See how he goes through Gendebien and Le Mans. Rear end kicked down a little bit on the entry there. He's obviously got that thing set up with a very tail-happy rear and potentially brake bias a long way to the rear as well, trying to get that turn in, which you do need around Sebring. You need a pointy car to get the best out of these short and sharp turns that make up the majority of this racetrack. But then you've got to be very careful coming into Sunset Pen. See the rear end complaining again on the way in, and goodness me, that's a reasonably smooth run out. Fighting over the bumps, Scott Gamble improves to second place. Where does Blake Warboys go? He improves to 5th, a gain of 4 spots, but Robert Gibbs is out on track and has just pipped Warboys to 5th place.
Well,
meanwhile, Polster to Jordan Ross had an off on his hot lap, so he has lost a chance there to improve on his time.
Well, that is true. He will have plenty of time to bring us back to the pits. Actually, not plenty of time, I should say. No, he's going to be under the pump here to get in the pits. You can see, he immediately puts the foot down. He will go back to the pits. He'll have just enough time to do a moderate pace lap. Yeah, he will. Yeah. So he's going to be under the pump here. Is he provisional pole sit? Hello there, Mr. Richie Stanaway.
Yes, up to 4th place
From 15th. So that is indeed the move forward that you were looking to see. From the driver behind the wheel of the 62 and get himself in just outside a quarter of a second there, I should say, on the provisional pole time. 2:01.088 now to his name. For these drivers here, they will be done here, though, in qualifying race, unless they can, well, yeah, it really is a one-and-done kind of lap in these kinds of cars. I do believe J. Ross just coming out of the pit lane now.
Yeah, with 13 minutes set in the session, I don't know if he's going to make it.
It's going to come down to how quickly he's willing to drive this out lap, because he's got about maybe 10 seconds to play with here, I think. It's going to be close, and he's certainly not going quickly on this initial stage.
Yeah, he's not going to make it around in time.
You know, I'm trying to think. You probably want to be somewhere... yeah, I think that's a good
if you're doing a slow out lap, you would at least want to be coming up to what's the right-hander before Tower? I keep forgetting the name of that corner.
Cunningham corner.
Cunningham, yes. You'd have to be at Cunningham corner by like 10 seconds ago, I think.
Yeah. In fact, look at
that.
Because
at the 20-minute mark, the first group session ends.
Indeed it does. So indeed, yeah, he's probably right on halfway around the lap now, and he's burned half his time, so he's going to have to pick up the pace, which means hurt the tyres, and, well, he doesn't want to do it, but if Jordan Ross wants to have any inkling of a chance of making this final run happen, it's got to go now. Well, whilst we've been worrying and wondering about Jordan Ross, I actually happened to just spot there that Brad Ratty has closed the gap to 0.08 of a second for the original pole time, but he is done in the session, so we will not see him out any further. A couple of cars look at them, maybe do some practice starts. A couple of drivers who are going through. Kenneth Ladder's just gone by in the 269 Singy Sim Racing car. Yeah, Jordan Ross halfway down the Allman Straight is not going to get there. If Thomas Hinz has got anything left under the wheel of the 52, he might just make it's going to be close. 2 seconds to spare for Thomas Hinz. He will get one more chance if the tyres have anything left, and J. Ross is short by about 6 or 7 seconds.
Ah, man. All right, so Jordan Ross won't get a chance to improve on that time, but all things considered, with almost everybody done with their lap times except for Thomas Hinz, I don't think we're going to be seeing much in the way of improvements from other drivers. Blake Delaney is making his way to the line at the moment in the 08 car, and he sets a 2:04.6. That's not going to be an improvement for him. Aside from Blake, there is, of course, Hayden Harrison, who we're looking at the moment, Scott Gamble, Kenneth Ladder, Rainer Costello, Corey Preston, and Thomas Hinz, out on laps at the moment, and it looks like Thomas Hins has backed off. So we're not going to be seeing any more from the 52.
No, I don't know if Harry Harrison... No, it's slow. That's good. It's all right, so abandon that for, because I was thinking Harrison did go off sequence with everyone about halfway through that session. Opted to they get top gamble. They maybe just gone out in some fresh rubber to get one more run around and just feel out the car a little bit more here. Maybe slap on the race setup. Just double check how it's feeling. Into the lane he comes, and well, I think with that we can safely switch back to this camera here and walk through the provisional results in qualifying so far here, Reese.
Yeah, so provisional P1 is Jordan Ross. Bradley Ratu shadowing him very closely towards the end of the session. Scott Gamble putting himself provisional 3rd, which is good to see. And Richie Stanaway moving up to 4th. Veld rounds out of the top 5 there. John Stone, Flock, Gibbs, Warboys and Coxhead rounding out the top 10 as things stand. As Rainer Costello actually just got in a time to move himself up to P3 there. So he was still on a lap, and it was a mighty good one.
Oh, it sure was. I mean, yeah. Whoopsies. Apologies there to Rainer for missing out on that one, but yeah, that will slot him in to that 3rd position there. Now, unfortunately, it looks like, Reese, I can't bring up
That's fine.
provisional qualifying results here. The magic of, yeah, that's unfortunately a big fat blank check, which ain't exactly... Oh, no, there we go. Apologies. It was on the wrong page.
No.
Thank goodness there's a reset button that exists.
Yeah. And have a look at that gap, actually, between Ross and Ratu. Only 800ths of a second, and it's only another 400ths back to Rainer Costello. So those times, incredibly close here.
They are indeed. I mean, Scott Gamble, another half tenth behind teammate Costello there for ERT 3 and 4 for the time being. And then Richie Stanaway is just under 800ths, sorry, back from Gamble there to round out your top 5. You've got Hayden Veld there, the next of the SSR cars, provisionally P6 leads teammate Damien Johnson there for 7th. Sebastian Flock in 8th. And Robbie Gibbs and Blake Warboys to round out the top 10 of the drivers so far. Now I flip the page. Here's the second page of drivers who did times there. So you can see the times stretching out a bit more, but you have to get down to Corey Preston in 19th and as the last car, a second off at the moment, before we then get Michael Whiting in 20th now. And there's Blake Delaney, 21st, our last car to set a time in that group session there, Reese.
All right. So moving on through, we will wait until 20 minutes have elapsed in the session, and we're about 1 minute and 20 seconds away from that happening. Then the top group shall be released, and we'll see how the well, you would say, looking at the numbers, the quicker drivers end up doing here, as Costello brings it into the pits, sighting lap from the Pagnian Imports safety car, and I believe that is driven by Nick Parker. We should see him out on track at some point through the racing action here, if split 2 is anything to go by.
Yeah. Well, we did get what was it, 10 laps of energetic and maybe elbows out racing, to put it mildly, but still for the most part clean, until yes, then the fireworks really decided to start kicking off there at the halfway point of Super Split 2. So by that metric, do we go off 10 laps until fireworks, or halfway to fireworks, in which case we're looking at maybe getting into the lap 20 or so marker for Split 1, if we're talking the same kind of thing. Well, since you're talking about timer counting up once we hit 20 minutes in session, well, for those who can work backwards from 35 minutes, that'll mean that in 3, 2, 1, the green flag has just been given to the drivers in Group 2, and they are heading out now. First car that's going to get away...
Dylan O'Shea.
Dylan O'Shea, the 119 for him now in V8SCOPS, and also a new lick of paint, having departed simracing.com DPR and joining the stable at 95 SimSports here for the foreseeable future race.
Yeah, definitely. Nice to see. And 95 SimSports has been on a bit of an upward trajectory recently, haven't they? They have some very fast drivers in their ranks, and they've been getting more drivers in the midst of all that as well. And I have to say that O'Shea, despite having a little bit of a patchy incident record, still has some good pace under him, and we'll be getting some good guidance from the other guys at 9.5 Simsport, like Griffin Gardner in the blue and white liveried car that's just overtaken him there for the lead of the train. Yeah, I'm expecting some big things from 9.5 Simsport this year, considering the roster that they have amassed. Also, Evolution Racing Team as well. They've got some good drivers in their squad as well. Matthew Bowler, who we see there in the foreground, having recently joined ERT, and also runs Bowler Media, sim photography business. He provides some very nice, slick-looking screenshots for quite a few series that we broadcast here on SimSpeed TV. But he's in the driver's seat at the moment. He'll be focusing on how to get the best time on the board in that 012.
He will. And obviously important to note for Matt in particular, photographer for V8SCOPS in 2023, after coming on board last year as well. So good to have him in the hot seat. And look at this here. So we've got Gardner, O'Shea, and Bowler going. But look at this. Brian Borg does not want to be the first one to go. No one's willing to go just yet. Oh no, too wide,
Monza
stacking
2019,
stacking a rolling start. Dylan Rudd's now being put into the hot seat here by his own teammate, it would seem. All right then. It's every man for himself in qualifying, but we might jump up to Griffin Gardner, who's the first one on a fly here. We'll see what he can do at the front with clean air on the nose, the 93.
All right, Griffin Gardner has shown some excellent pace at the start of V8SCOPS seasons in the past, and he's certainly a visitor to the winner's circle previously. Got quite a few podiums as well, so let's see what he can do. And I know some of you out there might be thinking it, but Griffin and I are not related, though we do share the same last name. Into the hairpin he goes, and wow, that is one of the smoothest turn-ins for the hairpin I've seen. That thing looks like it's on rails. That is scary for the lap to come.
Yeah, it does mean, despite the fact he was doing quite a bit of pace here, Griffin, on his outlap, certainly not afraid to put some speed down on the concrete through the tyres, unlike other drivers who saw really trying to take it gentle on their outlaps. Maybe a sign here, Griffin, opting to push a little harder. Warms the car up and a little more responsive in the opening part of the lap, just as long as it hasn't overworked the car in terms of absolute peak potential. You see plenty aggressive over the curb on the approach to Gender Bean. Make the run up over the curbs into Le Mans then. Just here holding it through third gear. Grab fourth here on the exit of this of Le Mans onto the Auburn straight away. Bring up the timing tower. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Because there's the benchmark time now on screen. Going to beat into Sunset Bend. Not too wide, opting to keep it narrow through the corners, and that's a very shallow entry there. We'll see if that hurts him. Gets it out wide. As we come to the line here, Reese is going to be close. Whoa. But it is better.
It is. Excellent stuff, and Dylan O'Shea goes to P2 as well, only 1,000th behind Gardner. Amazing stuff there, as the times will undoubtedly start flowing in very shortly with this group here. Matthew Bowler was not able to get a good time on, but Luke Rosella and Dylan Rudd go to 3rd and 4th. Borg and Kuznetsov to 19th and 20th. Ethan Grigg-Galt goes to P1. Ray and Leonage to 7th. Luke Mitchinson to 8th. There goes Wayne Berg and Job Stewart up into the top 3. And James Scott to 2nd now. Tom Freer to 7th. Sean McNamara to 12th. My goodness, that was a big flurry of laps, and a big surprise for me because Ethan Grigg-Galt is back in the driver's seat. Long-time competitor here at V8SCOPS and was pressuring Jared Filsell for the driver's title a couple of years ago. Good to see him back out there in the 177 and provisional P1 to boot.
Yeah, you can take the man away from the sim, but you can't take the experience that a person gets out of them, it would seem. Because indeed, Grigg-Galt, it's been a little while since we've seen him in the series here at V8SCOPS, but showing that certainly done his preparation, I would suggest as well, on top of that learned experience from time. And also important to note here, we've got 3 teams in the top 3 at the moment, I should also note, and incredibly tight between them. James Scott there, the second fastest time on the board for now, with that 2:05:03. In fact, it's just 7 1,000ths of a second, as you mentioned. Third place going to... Oh, what was man? Apologies to Wayne Burke. I've completely fluffed that by saying 3 teams in the top 3. No, unfortunately, it's ERT and then 2 of the Synergy cars, because looking like Job Shoot will fly the sim racing flag at the front of the field tonight if qualifying is anything to go by. Reese, although it does have to find almost 2/10 to challenge Burke with the provisional 3rd fastest time. Oh, and Burke is just going to drop on me there for a second, so that's going to give that a bit of a heart attack. Now, it looks like everyone into the pits. The only person who's not with the group is Riley Bilson here in one of the other new 9.5 Sims cars. Despite what it says, that's actually a bit outdated. Oopsie daisies. Right, we'll move on from that.
That's all good. Riley Bilson actually has some good experience under his belt as well, and he's got some great pace potential too. So it'll be interesting to see how he does in this session so far. Only driver yet to set a qualifying time, as everyone else has gotten their tyre change and fueling back up completed, and we'll move back out onto the racetrack. It looks like Bowler is the one leading the way on this charge.
He has been the first one to get out of the lane and is opting, a bit like Griffin Gardner, not really hanging around here at this point as they make their way around the CNG. Yeah, quite the gap indeed is building behind him. It's O'Shea and Brian Borg, I think. I'm going to guess that one. No, it's not. It's one of the other 9.5 cars. It'll be Dylan Rudd in that case. He's the other driver from 9.5 who are currently running orange. Yes, because Sean McNamara, head of 9.5 Sim Sports last I checked. Apologies for getting that wrong, guys. One of the 2 red cars out there tonight. The other one who's in red for that team is Rick Kuznetsov here in the Triple A.
I love the color coding. It's always beneficial. We've had a few occasions in the past where we've had teams show up with up to 10 drivers, and the only way you could tell the cars apart was sponsors. And sometimes when they're flashing by on your screen and you don't have much other information to go on, you sometimes get it wrong. Well, we definitely know who is in what 9.5 sub team, don't we? With the very distinctive colors that they've got on those cars. Of course, there's no missing those bright green and lime Synergy cars as well. Brenton Hobson being one of them in the number 88, and also Luke Rosella too. They are definitely some of the standout liveries in this field. They pop out, don't they?
Quite literally so. Yeah, nothing more true about that. Here's the whole bunch of the field, but as you said, Matt Bowler heading off on his lonesome here with 5 minutes and 40 on the clock. He won't, this again, just like in Quali Group 1, this is it. There won't be enough time to get around unless he has to abort this lap. If he has to abort the lap and then push, maybe there's a chance for one more fly in here. You can see, not too great at the moment for Mr. Bowler. He certainly would like to be doing better than a 2:02.17, I wager. Certainly going to put the foot down and do what he can for this second flying lap attempt here, you think, you'd hope.
Yeah. His practice time was a 2:01.4, which if he ran that would be solidly around 30th place in this qualifying session. But if I look at the pre-qualifying results, Bowler ran a 1:59.8, good enough for 16th in pre-qual. Of course, that would have been under very different conditions to what we're seeing here at the moment. Once again, with that pretty high track temp, which has actually dropped a little bit. It's down to 40 degrees Celsius now. On board with Bowler towards Tower Turn, and looks reasonably good there, but maybe a little deep on the exit. but a 2:02.1 is not the kind of time we'd expect out of a driver like Bowler, so I wouldn't doubt that he'll go faster on this run here. Nice clean run through Gendebien and Le Mans as well. Extend the entry across the concrete and smooth out on the exit. That was lovely there. Used all the curb and not a millimetre more.
That's the vertical thing here. Winding up now for the run to Sunset Bend here for what will be his final time in the quali session. Also opting to go narrow through the apexes here to bring it to the line. This one looking better. Should be in the 201s. Yeah, it will. And solidly middle 201s. 689. Unfortunately for him, will only elevate to 37th from 40th. So, yeah, field spaced out at the back. Here comes the rest of the bunch. Starting with Dylan Rudd. Let's see if the timing tower changes around here.
Yeah, no improvement for Dylan Rudd.
Luke Rosella.
Oh my goodness, wow. What a time there from Luke Rosella. 2:02, and James Scott goes even faster by only 1,000th of a second again. Goodness me. These times absolutely blazing it around the track right now. That's really good for Synergy Sim Racing there.
P1, P2, P4, P6, and that's it within the top 10 for now. Not quite as... I was kind of ready to sort of start reeling off SSR after SSR car there, but got 9.5 and... well, 9.5 is the other team making a solid representation. Got our co-championship leader currently sitting what looks to be a little deeper down than he'd like, I think, in 7th, but all in all, Rehan Leonage is only 3.5 tenths off the pole time and is got about a 10th. He's got a 10th back to Dylan O'Shea in 8th place, and looking at around 700ths or so to Tom Freer ahead in 6th. So not going to be a bad place. It'll be starting off with a 4th row here tonight as they all hustle back to the pits, but their sessions are done. Last car to potentially be setting up for a flyer. Ryan Wilson here in the 995. He'll have a chance. Don't go. Oh my word, that camera angle did not give off a good impression, but he did keep it out of the wall, thankfully. All right, so this is our last driver, if I'm not mistaken here, Reese. We're going for a flyer. Let's see what he can do.
Yes, and you'll see that happening a lot in qualifying sessions at Sebring. Drivers going deep into Sunset Bend to straighten the exit and get a very good run out to start their lap. So into turn 3, turn 4, and 5 he comes. That's a nice wide entry, hooks up the apex and gets on the power nicely as the rest of the group make their way into the pit lane. It's going to be session done for the majority of these drivers. And Bilson now is going to be all alone out there on track to try and set a time. He's the only driver that hasn't completed a qualifying lap in this session. And at the very least, he'll be wanting to run a bit better than a 2:02.0, but I'm seeing a 2:02.28 his practice time. So let's see if he can, at the very least, match what Blake Delaney did. Just collecting the curb a little bit through the left-handers. And through to tower turn he comes. Widen out the entry, hook up the apex, straighten up the exit. Yes, a little bit of rotation. Good stuff there from the 995. Bilson on the way then into Gendebien. Just collecting the curbs once again. Uses all of the track on the way into the corner there. This is looking pretty smooth. See if this works out for him as he comes onto the Almond Straight.
Not too bad here as they work their way up to speed. See what this looks like coming into the final corners here at Sunset. And then bring it back to 3rd. Ops to keeping the 3rd. Oh, that's wide though. That's wide.
Too wide.
Oh, and it's become a bit of a drift expression session. He'll needs to put something on the board at least here, Reese. As Chicken Flag is in Barney's hands. It will be a 2:01.929, which will be
not bad.
Get him up off of the very back of the field to 39th place to start this 250k race here today off.
Yeah. Well, not too bad, all things considered, with the mistake he made at Sunset Bend, to still run a time quicker than two other drivers in this session. Bilson should be at the very least satisfied that he's gotten a time onto the grid here. But the timer ticks down, and we wait now for the session to tick over and get into this 250k race. And I think while we're waiting for that, we should go over the format one more time, Dan, don't you think? Let's see what the drivers have in store for them. 2 compulsory pit stops, of course, over the 250Ks that they're going to be racing here. 43 lap race length, and the pit window, of course, opens at the end of lap 2 and will close at the start of lap 40, at the end of lap 41, I believe. So, yeah, all in all, a return to the standard format for V8SCOPS, and it'll all be about when safety cars appear, whether you decide to do 2 short stints, 1 long, or split the race in 3 equally. There's a lot to think about for the drivers out here.
It sure is. Obviously, as you said, the warm conditions here in split 1 likely going to sort of influence the plan here, but, well, the safety cars in split 2 suggestive of perhaps what's to come in split number 1. We'll wait and see when exactly that, or what that does, as well, with Bilson still out doing an in-lap. We're actually still waiting on the session here in qualifying end, so apologies for the momentary pause as we get ready to head to the grid, and in a moment's time we'll hopefully be able to bring that to you. But for now, we'll enjoy moments of peace and a chance to rest and prepare once again.
Yes.
Before we then head to the grid.
We won't be getting many chances to rest during this race, I think. Split 2 was ridiculous with the amount of incidents that we saw. Hopefully, Split 1 will be a little bit calmer to start things off, but we'll have to wait and see. 41 drivers taking to the grid here for round 3 of V8SCOPS for 2023. And it will be headed up by the Synergy pair, of course, and different sub-teams of James Scott and Luke Rosella. Ethan Grigg-Galt, the top Evolution Racing Team car, starts in 3rd alongside Wayne Burke. Griffin Gardner, making a good case for 9.5 SimSport, will round out the top 5 as Tom Freer starts alongside him in 6th. 7th place is going to be championship leader Rayan Leonage. Will start alongside Dylan O'Shea. Job Stewart and Rick Kuznetsov round out the top 10, and then it's Dylan Rudd and Jordan Ross rounding out the top 12. It looks like, for the most part, the 9.5 and Synergy show here.
Sure is. They're both growing into pretty big teams when it comes to numbers on the board. Brendan Hobson goes down to 13th place tonight, sharing that row with Sean McNamara. And 14th, Luke Mitchinson, the first of our race on Oz cars here in split 1, starting 15th. We'll be sharing that 8th row with Corey Shepherd. Now, that's going to be a bit of a task for Shepherd to work his way forward here if he wants to make an early dint in the championship. Brad Ratu and Rainer Costello are going to share the 9th row here tonight, with the top 20 rounded out by Adam Briggs and Scott Gamble for Evolution Racing Team. Brian Borg and Dylan Pereira on the 11th row. So once again, teams championship-wise for Phoenix Racing Team, and Dylan's going to have to hopefully find a bit of improvements in the race session here. With 23rd then to Richie Stanaway there, and 24th to round out the top 12 rows will be Hayden Vell, the next of our sim racing cars that race.
Damien Johnstone starts alongside Sebastian Flock, Synergy and Evolution, with Robbie Gibbs, our Split 2 winner, starting out at 27th alongside Blake Warboys. Chris Coxhead and Kenneth Latter will round out the top 30 cars here, with Hayden Harrison and Michael Taliancic taking up the row behind. Thomas's, Hins and Freeman will share a row behind, with Jacob O'Reilly and Brett Loxton 35th and 36th. And then we move on to the final few rows of the grid, with Matthew Bowler, Corey Preston, Riley Bilson, Michael Whiting and Blake Delaney making our 41 cars here. A beautiful showing, and they're all ready to go here with 40 seconds left on the timer before the lights go up. Now again, We saw in split 2 a long run to turn 1, but it's going to be difficult starting here on the concrete. We saw that Ewan Baker had a lot of trouble getting the grip down in split 2, and that resulted in him spinning across the track in front of the field. Hopefully, we don't see that here. Everyone will be on the line lockers, getting their revs up into the optimum range for a perfect start here. Who will end up getting it? Just a few seconds to go now. And James Scott and Luke Rosella will try their best to keep everybody behind and get the best result possible for Synergy Sim Racing here tonight in virtual Florida. The revs rise. A V8 Symphony falls over the former airfield, and we're away. Excellent start from Ethan Griggault. James Scott absolutely bottled the start there. Griggault is going to draw alongside Rosella into turn 1 and take the race lead as the field fans out behind on the way into the first corner. Griffin Gardner up into third place. Tom Freer and Wayne Burke round out the top 5 as they come into turn 3. Dylan O'Shea having to protect from Job Stewart as they file in 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 by 2, sometimes by 3 as well. But everyone's made it through the first couple of corners cleanly.
Bit of a niggle there on the back bumper of, my word, James Scott's fallen a long way down the order with that start there. Into the hairpin for the first time. You've got Dylan Rudd to the inside of one of the Synergy cars. Oh, then you've got Brenton Hobson looking at the back there. Would that be Jordan Ross? I think in the 143, I believe it is. Almost getting together there as these cars slice their way around this opening lap, but as you said, it is Ethan Griggault to the top of the timing charts here as he leads this group of cars around. He's closely tailed though by Rosella. He's not going to let him have a chance to get away here, it seems. And they make the run out of town for the first time. We've made it half a lap here, Reese.
Yeah, amazing stuff, and not a crash to be seen. Touch wood. We might see a couple before the end of the lap, but Griggault holding station. Rosella deep into Le Mans, runs a little bit wide at the apex there. That's going to give an advantage to Griggault here, and it's a slowdown for Luke Rosella. He's going to fall down the order. Griffin Gardner moves up into second.
Oh, that's not what Rosella needed. And then meanwhile, in the background, we've got Jordan Ross and Luke Mitch. Oh, Jay Ross has also picked up a slowdown through the corners there at Eugene Bin Le Mans. So another 2 of the SSR drivers in that. Some tyre smoke, just someone in a bit deep there. No harm, no foul, and front half of the field going to get across the line to end lap number 1. There we go. Make it all 40 cars going to cross the line there in the pack. Hopefully that's the kind of tone of the race we can expect going forward for the next little while. Here is, oh, as I say that, Brad Ratu finds the grass on the exit of turn 1. He is able to regather it though and make sure he gets back on with it. But now outside of Ken Ladder through 3, 4, 5. Space given though. Good job, boys.
Yeah, this looks like things are very clean so far. It's exactly what we like to see. But side by side there between Blake Warboys and Robert Gibbs, we just saw in the foreground on the way down to the hairpin. Beautiful shot, this one in the braking zone. Warboys on the outside. Gibbs gets it, and Chris Coxhead is going to stick his nose up the inside of Blake Warboys and get it done on the exit of the hairpin as well. Position gain there for Coxhead again, up 3 now into 26th place.
Up and down the field. I sort of thought, Brain Wafer, next thing to request to Joe Kennedy, let's add something to the ticket here to actually indicate we're even making moves. Do get some. Just speaking of moves, Matt Bowler might tell the answer side by side out of Cunningham and Collier. And Bowler's already got some scuffs. And look at actually the left rear wheel arch on that 012 Evolution Racing Team Commodore. Reese, it's already scuffed in as Tally up on the curbs through this series of left-handers to Genevieve. That almost washed out a bit wide into the side of Bowler, but just enough space left and given there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they managed to work it out, didn't they? Oh, there's a big pack going through Sunset Bend right now. Job Stewart and Dylan O'Shea are at the head of this pack. And we see that Luke Rosella is trying to recover. Tom Freer as well. with Rick Kuznetsov being dragged behind them. We ride on board with the 888 of Kuznetsov here coming into turn 1. He's going to try and look up the inside of Freer here, but no space given as it's side by side up ahead there between Stewart and Rosella. Rosella shoves Stewart out of the way, and on the way into turn 3, Stewart going to have to defend from Freer here as well. A little bit of side-by-side contact through turn 4. But again, amazingly, they all keep going forward, but knocked off the track is Job Stewart, and that's going to take Kuznetsov out with him. Kuznetsov recovers, and again, amazingly, there's no big crash out of that one.
Okay, it is two ways. It's only two ways. For a second there, I thought we were about to see McNamara, Hobson, and Kuznetsov 3 wide, but they get it back to 2 wide and lots of 2x2 through the hairpin there on that particular. Now that was pretty close for one particular person. Rehan Leonage ended up in the middle of all that as Dylan Rudd was, Kuznetsov was ejected sideways off the exit of 5. That could have gone a whole lot worse for your your championship leader. And he's going to try and stick around the outside of Dylan Rudd. Not there though by the time they make it to Tower. We'll have to slot in wide. Now we have had an issue of some kind for Brett Roxon. He's dropped off the back of the field, and you know what? I'm going to take my chance, Reese. We're going back to the first replay of the race here.
Here we go then. Let's see what happened to Brett Loxton. He was right in the midst of the pack here, so this is coming into turn 3. Oh, yeah, he tried to go defensive, but got a whack in the back for his troubles, and well, he kept it out. No, not quite. He did tap the tyre barriers, but no big damage there for car 209. Here's another view of it. Yeah, he thought he could go for the move, but there was one of the 9.5 cars going to the inside right behind him. I think just a racing incident there, if I'm honest.
Yeah, Hayden Harrison, the 96 9.5 Sunsport car there. From my perspective there, it looked like he was already over to the inside, and then, well, a big old Commodore weighing about a tonne and a half moved over in front, which it's a bit hard to account for once you're committed under brakes as right to live pitches. Oh, look at this here. Rainer Costello and McNamara going into turn 1.
Costello just gaining the position there.
Advantage 56. As these guys are all busy, but at the very front of the field, Ethan Grigol. Oh, hang on. Kenneth
Latter.
Yeah. Okay, no. His car is in one piece. It's just gone backwards a couple of spots. So he has. Correction. He's had
caught the grass on the way into turn 3. Went for a big old slide, but no one else involved.
That's good to see then. I was just going to give Ethan Grigol a moment here because he's now got himself just on a second to Griffin Garner. More importantly, though, have a look at that there between Griffin Garner and Wayne Burt. The question is Burt feeling like he needs to get on by at this point, or is he happy to ride shotgun behind the 93? Because Grigol, the gap is sort of steady at around 9/10 to a second. There's no sign just yet that that ERT 177 is running away at this point. So I think, despite the fact these two here for second and third are definitely closer together, I think they'll be content for now to just stay put.
Yeah, two drivers that won't be content are Bradley Ratu and Thomas Freeman. If we can go to a replay of them at the hairpin on lap 4, there was a big old whack. Thomas Freeman not only got on the brakes quite late, but he also caught the grass and went right into the rear of Ratu, which sent him off. So, yeah, I did see that on the timing screens, but you know, not a huge incident here, but have a look at this. There's a big whack from behind, and Ratu has to go to the escape road.
There we go. That's not looking too healthy there. Yeah. Oh, unfortunately, there, that angle. Oh, there's more cars involved actually, Reece. So we might want to back it up a tiny bit more. So we've got Matt Bowler in behind Thomas Freeman up to the turn 7 hairpin. Freeman in too hot by himself. Bowler in too hot, taking his cue off of Freeman there. And unfortunately, that's 2 cars, sans points in the process. Now, also seeing Hayden Bell has dropped way down the order. The 053 CG simracing car. So in behind Brian Borg. This is back on lap number 3 of this race. Everyone ahead. And then, oh no. Stanaway into Gamble, into Veld. Now, I think he gets away without the damage. It's just now a lot of time and positions lost. Although, separate to that, I think, he's had some issue of some kind because he's now a long way off. Oh, no, because he opted to take an early pit stop. That's the answer. So that's the extent of the issues for him there. He then just took full advantage of a chance to get a clean stop out as, well, back to pitch as we go. Because, this is where I wanted to get back to it. We're a little busy here.
Yes, Scott Gamble right in the midst of all of this. And this is battling just in the top 20, just outside it. Gamble has Johnstone ahead of him and is facing a lot of pressure from the 208 of Chris Coxhead. He's got Dylan Pereira, Ryan Leonage's teammate in behind them as well. And it's going to be a bit of a draft train happening here, as that was huge oversteer there for Scott Gamble. Goodness me. So Corey Shepherd is at the front of this train, and I was not expecting Shepherd to be this far back. He's usually been one to compete in the top 5 as Gamble leaves the door open a little bit here for Coxhead, but might be able to get the run on the exit. Certainly does, and they all just manage to keep it out of the barriers on the outside of that final corner. That's a place where we're going to be seeing quite a few incidents, I think. Up the inside tries Robert Gibbs on Blake Warboys, but that's not going to work out for him. Warboys gets it done around the outside to keep that position. And when you... Oh, dear. Oh, dear. That's Pereira. Pereira off at turn 3. Yeah. He manages to re-enter the racetrack safely. But that's valuable points for Phoenix Racing Team that they won't be getting for the time being. Now he's up in front of Preston. And... the likes of Latta, Taliancic, etc. And Preston smells blood, goes for the move up the inside at the hairpin. And, oh no! Latta in a bit too hot and manages to collect Pereira, but they all manage to keep going forward. That's going to result in a free spot for Michael Taliancic and potentially one for Hayden Harrison as well. Yeah, Latta on the brakes early. He's not going to get too involved in all of that. He's got plenty of defensive driving to worry about versus Harrison's teammate Brad Ratu, who is trying to recover something out of this race after starting in 17th. There's battling going on all through this field. The drivers we're looking at are just outside the top 30.
Oh, yeah. Just trying to get a sort of gist of where this battle decision effectively starts. The answer is, for the time being, it starts with Pereira here after Preston gets through. But you can see it's basically an unbroken chain back to Thomas Freeman, there. And that goes from 30th to 39th positions in this race so far. And they are scrapping like this is for the sheep stations available up front. Coxon and Gamble take 2 at Sunset Bend. This time, though, looks like it is going to be job done. Rumble with Coxhead, where is Gamble? Alongside. And there he is. Looking.
Has he got it done? Not quite. Not quite. Blake Warboys is in the midst of this as well. Oh dear. Coxhead running a little bit wide, but he manages to maintain it. They're both working away at their steering wheels in the cockpit there. Amazing to see, and still side by side on the exit of turn 5. This is going to bring Robbie Gibbs and Sebastian Flock right into it as well. Don't go 3 wide on the way into the hairpin, boys. Easy does it.
Make it 2 by 2-ish.
Oh, Coxhead loses the rear. And then it's 3 wide on the exit. There we go. Blake Warboys manages to come out in front of all that mess.
How he ends up being the winner of all of that is a little bit of a mystery in some respects, but right place, right time for the 63. And I think he'll be fairly happy about that. As he's looking, despite all that, fairly calm and composed, as he's now up into 22nd place in this race. He just now has Gamble and Gibbs and Flock and Bowler, so he's got an entire train of ERT cars lining up for a shot at him here. Eyes look to be most definitely fixed forward, though, here, Reese.
Yeah, Well, now he's at the front of this train. He has to try and work forward a bit to Damien Johnstone. There's a 3-second gap ahead to Johnstone from Warboys, so he needs to just focus on hitting his marks here, because he's got a whole line of cars behind him now who will be looking to take advantage of the slipstream, like Scott Gamble here, who goes very deep into Sunset Bend. He's going to try and do an over-under here, potentially, straighten up the exit. Warboys runs a bit wide in the latter part of the turn, and now Gamble might stand half a chance of passing at turn 1. Looks to be in a disadvantageous position here, but switches to the inside and fire it straight towards the apex. No, not going to happen. Warboys covers it off very nicely.
Yep, just the right amount of angle in there from Warboys, it seems. Keeps enough momentum through the corner. Gamble not able to get that crisscross going in the process, as you see here. It has been a mostly calm race. Next driver to opt for an early pit stop is going to be Blake Delaney in the 08 Fishing Motorsports. Jordan Ross is currently scrapping. Well, I didn't expect this. He actually started this race apparently back in 12th. And he's currently now fighting over 16th. With Luke Mitchinson. He's just got that spot back after momentarily losing it to Mitchinson behind. So, a lot of drivers tonight, I have to say. Seem a little further down than what I was expecting of them at this point.
Don't forget that Jordan Ross suffered that slowdown on lap 1, which is a big part of why he's that far back, but he's wasting no time trying to stake his claim to move up. There's going to be a lot of work to do for many of the Synergy cars here today. Rosella, though, despite the slowdown he suffered, is still maintaining 4th spot. As we check out that fight, Kuznetsov, Ross and Mitchinson all together in this pack for 15th place. We're only on lap 8 of this race and we've already had plenty happen. We still have pit stops to come for the majority of the field. Blake Delaney and Hayden Veld are the drivers who have come in for their stops so far. Delaney just pitted half a lap ago, and well, I guess now everyone else is just waiting for that chance.
This time, Rick, as he approaches turn 1, he's going to tuck out from the behind the bumper. To the inside will go Ross. Can he just get that car pulled up? He does. Now it's about trying to force the issue here into turn 3. Nose ahead. Oh, a little contact with the left front of Kuznetsov. That'll allow Mitchinson through as well. As they keep scrapping there, those two. Just get the job done, though, on the exit of the corner, but Kuznetsov would like another chance at this.
Inside for the hairpin, just creeps up as they come to the turning point. Yeah, almost too deep there, but he just manages to pull it up again and holds on to the place with a little bit of contact on the exit, it seems.
A little bit of a rub, but there we go. Gets back a spot in this whole thing for now. Again, looks deep on the brakes there. And look how quickly that obviously advantageous advantage Jordan Ross. From 2 quarters tops of fighting with Mitchinson to retain at least one of the spots he was at risk of losing.
Very advantageous advantage indeed.
Here, the battle pack in this sort of training form. We've got Brenton Hobson here. He's currently riding in 10th position. Unfortunately, my battle pack thing doesn't quite give us exactly how many numbers. You could argue it goes back to the 72 of Adam Briggs in 14th. That's close enough, although you might also argue it's a pack of 3 and a pack of 2s. Costello shows the nose for the Sunset Bend, but not close enough to make a move just yet.
Yeah, and noticing Leonage in this pack, I think he's driving conservatively here. He knows that Gilliam is not present at this round, so he doesn't have to fight too hard to maintain that championship lead, but still, keeping it clean is the name of the game, and it seems that Rehan is just focusing on that for the time being. Potentially will come back on strategy. His father, Laz, over his shoulder and doing race engineering. So we shall see what that Phoenix number 79 can do. as the laps continue to tick away here at Sebring. It was a pretty good run out of turn 5, meanwhile, for Brenton Hobson, but Costello starts to come back under brakes. And now it's a proper 5-car pack now, isn't it? With now McNamara and Briggs catching up to them. We have Jordan Ross trying his best to catch up to this pack as well to make it 6 cars.
It's a busy bit of racetrack here for just in and outside of the top 10. It's the 3rd car has come to the lane. It's Thomas Freeman, so 2 fishies. It's a simracing car. Now looking at things, 15 seconds for Delaney, 18 and a half for Freeman. I'm wondering if Hayden Beld maybe also opting to had damage repair he's chosen to get done, because his pit stop 43 seconds stationary compared to those two I just mentioned and their stationary time. So that sounds like to me Beld having some extra. That was Briggs to the inside of McNamara. That almost went worse than it did, thankfully. No substantial contact, they carry on.
Losing a bit of time to Leonage, though, who's picked up the slipstream on Hobson, and Costello, who's just made the move on Hobson to get the front of this train. Leonage gets up the inside of Hobbo and gets it done. Beautifully executed by all cars involved there. But Hobson now on the back foot here. He's under pressure from McNamara. Will have to protect the inside of turn 1. Leonage can focus forward now and fires it towards the inside. Get a little bit of extra momentum off Rainer Costello. Hobson has got his mirrors full of 9.5 Sim Sports, and there goes Adam Briggs to take advantage of the dicing. Briefly gets up the inside of McNamara, but has to back out. Oh no, he doesn't.
Oh, no, sorry, pit stops. Take that back.
Yeah, pit stops happening. And oh no, Hobbo skipped away. Stanaway on Shepherd, it seems.
Yeah.
And that's for 18th place. They've got Brian Borg in there as well.
What was through right ahead with the hairpin? Was that with this bunch?
Yeah.
It might have been. Oh, it was with this bunch. That's why.
All right. McNamara having to fight with the 2 Synergy Mustangs. And it looks like Corey Shepherd's just lost the place to Richie Stanaway behind these guys. McNamara trying desperately to hold on to one of these positions, but Briggs goes on through, gives him a little tap on the way through Cunningham Corner, and McNamara back to 15th place. So,
the hairpin race.
Oh no, not again.
Clayton Warboys' car looks undamaged, but apparently a bit of entanglement with a few of the drivers there. So I shall queue up next to our replays for today's race. Let's have a look here at what's happened. In fact, this is actually okay. That might be unrelated. I need to have a look here. There's also. Oh no, he's got around by himself, and
Warboys just lost it.
Oh, unfortunately, the unfortunate victim to run into him here. His falling teammate Robbie Gibbs. Fronts go, rears go. Nowhere to go.
Yeah.
For the 84, unfortunately. Also, just grabs Chris Coxhead in all of that one there, but too much of a drama. All things considered, so.
Yeah, these are pretty big cars, so you end up sliding around and having yourself perpendicular to the racing line out of the corner like the hairpin, and there's not much the drivers behind you can do, as it's a flurry of pit stops going on there. Jordan Ross in the box, Thomas Hinn, Sebastian Flock, Brad Ratu, Dylan Pereira and Jacob O'Reilly in the lane.
Also crucially, first car sort of in and around the top 10, Jordan Ross peels out of that 3-car battle pack to get his first pit stop of the race done, just on 20 seconds stationary, and away he will roll once again.
All right, some well-executed pit stops happening there. But it's looking like the average time that we're seeing here for a pit stop is about 19 seconds or thereabouts, more in the 20 to 21 second bracket that we're seeing. Noticing that pit stop for Blake Delaney was quite quick, 15.6 seconds for the 08 car. And I think that tells me that his next pit stop is going to be much longer. He's probably sort of reverse engineered this race to go a couple of short stints and then one long towards the end, try and pick up some positions and maybe hope for a late race safety car to gain some more places. But at the moment, leader of the cars who have pitted is Jordan Ross.
He is, and that has put the 143 back out on the road. Sorry, that one there, 30th place. So you can see a lot of people that still need to pit. Speaking of scrapping, oh, hello, that's a little bit more than I thought it was. But Mitchinson with a bit of a adventure to the grass, having just been passed by Richie Stanaway. And also Brian Borg and Corey Shepherd got through all in at the same time as Borg having to watch out for Shepherd's nose on the inside of Sunset, but at the same time wants to try and put the pressure on the back bumper of Stanaway here into turn one. He'll look and go for it up the inside.
These three Mustangs have been having a heck of a fight.
Shepherd.
Yeah, Shepherd, Stanaway and Borg. They've been together for the last few laps, haven't they? And now they are the three layers of luncheon meat in a Holden Commodore sandwich. Kuznetsov, his last lap was a 204.1 and 203.6, 203.3, 203.2 for Stanaway, Borg and Shepherd respectively. So these guys are definitely on a charge right now. Kuznetsov, of course, having been involved in some good scraps earlier on, is looking to try and escape another one.
I think so, indeed. Just turn up to another close battle. It's slowly brewing here by the looks of things. Oh, sorry, got the wrong driver there. I'm going to go one further forward. That's more like it. Rene Castellano holds the last seat in the top 10. But by the way, Ray Hartley-Nice is keeping it about 2 to 3 tenths off his back bumper. I would suspect he'd like to find a way through at some point soon, given that not all that much value is sitting right on the seller's rear bumper at this point, unless he is willing to do a bit of fuel saving. But that looks to be a foot to the floor for this money on board with Leonage. See if he keeps the boot in it. Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, taking the wide line in to Sunset Bend, which will allow him to straighten up the exit. These guys still seem pretty far away from making their first stop of the race. At least a few more laps to go before we see any of the top 20 coming into the lane. They're probably just waiting for a safety car potentially, which can almost always come up in the first phase of a race when everyone's still reasonably close together. But I think now the thought is going to start switching to, okay, am I going to come in a little bit before lap 20? Am I going to do those 2 short stints to the end, make my second pit stop nice and quick, try and gain some kind of advantage on the guys around me, or do I try something different?
Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of people who are opting to take a go with the undercut strategy now. Everyone back to 20 or 25th on back, so 16 drivers have opted for pit stop in this race so far. Unfortunately, I just have a look here. Now, of those 16 drivers for the pit stop, only 15 of them are still running that race. Unfortunately, the 84 Sebastian Flock, after 3 minutes in the pit lane, has called the race done.
It's a shame.
Contact with voices. Self-spin there. So, shorter than 200 points planned there.
I think we can afford to move a little bit further forward here to second place, because Griffin Gardner's starting to come under some big pressure from Wayne Burke coming into Sunset Bend. Ethan Rigault is skipping away with this one, currently leading by 1.8 seconds, and well, Berkey starting to pile the pressure on Griffin here. Coming across the line to start the 15th lap of 43. But if you're in Burke's position, what do you do here? I'm looking at the lap times here. 202.6 for Griffin Gardner on the last lap. 202.1 for Luke Rosella, 202.4 for Wayne Burke. So both of the Synergy cars behind Gardner are quicker at the moment. So if you're in the position that Burke and Rosella are in, do you go for that early pit stop, get the undercut on Griffin Gardner and try to maintain it to the end? Because at this point, it seems like there's no catching Ethan Grigg-Gault unless there's a massive mistake from the 177.
It's a 10th here, a 10th there, it seems, but that gap that was about 1.2, 1.3, and didn't seem to be any concern for Wayne, as you said, edged up to that 1.7, 1.8 marker. Now, on the last lap, Grigg-Gault 202.5, so Burke actually technically making inroads on the race lead, but on this particular lap, the gap looks, oh look at that there, boom, it explodes out to over 2 seconds for a moment for his tower. And stabilizes at high 1.9, so I would think, yeah, maybe the undercut play potentially, I would think at this point, if you're Wayne Burke, unless you know you're going to struggle really hard with the tyres later on in the race, you surely have to be contemplating now that the undercut to clear Gardner might be the next port of call to then also keep Grigg-Gault close, because yeah, 2 seconds now. First, a second, or half a nose, but it's not enough for us.
Yeah, and I think the other half of the decision is going to be where do you come out once you take your pit stop, because you don't want to come out in the middle of a battling pack of cars. That'll just lose you all the time that you would have gained from pitting earlier.
Yeah, absolutely.
You tend to lose, I'd say, about 50 seconds or thereabouts going through the lane. So 50 seconds back from Wayne Burke, that's around where Jordan Ross is at the moment, and Brett Loxton as well, around about 20th, 21st position bracket. Speaking of Synergy cars pitting, it looks like Brenton Hobson has just made his way into the box. So this will be a bit of a look into how things will go there. Looks like Brett Loxton coming in just behind, and Rick Kuznetsov up on the jacks ahead of Hobson as well. There goes Hobbo. He's done. Kuznetsov should complete his pit stop in just a few seconds' time. Off the jacks he'll come momentarily, and there goes Jordan Ross filing through. So that early pit stop there for Ross, after the issues he faced earlier, working out for him so far, but he'll likely have to pay for it in the second half of this race.
Yeah, that is the big thing. I mean, yeah, it looks at everyone at this point in the race. We're looking at no more than, actually up to 30 seconds for some, as Loxton just comes out of the lane on a 20-second hold in his box for service. Most drivers in the 20 to 25-second margin, with a few outliers beyond that at this point. So yeah, and transit times in total around 44 seconds from cone to cone for drivers so far. So if we say close to or around that number, to be precise, Wayne Burke is probably would come out in a lot of clean air, I think. And given Jordan Ross is the first car to have pitted, the next car who hasn't yet pitted, and this is the gap, is Robert Gibbs. Here he is coming into Le Mans, and you just saw Jay Ross, I can just confirm, is coming into town. So there's a lot of open track, I think, available. And nope,
Griffin Gardner is pitted.
Well,
okay. So Burke and Rosella and Scott stayed out. Gardner has gone for the undercut here.
Look how many of the 9.5 cars have come in.
Yeah, that's a coordinated run-in from the 9.5 team, isn't it?
Gardner, O'Shea, Rudd, and McNamara. It's also brought in Costello, Briggs, Leonage, and then the next group of cars that are coming in as well. So this is going to be one to watch. All right, Jordan Ross, you're coming up to Sunset Bend now. Gardner's down off the jacks already. He will be well clear. So this is going to be interesting to watch. The gap to guys like Burke is now released, but the gap is up to 3 seconds to Grigg-Gault. He's lost a lot of time.
Yeah, actually, Rosella's a lot closer now, isn't he?
Yeah, now I just almost kind of want to go and watch. Can I go and see when? I want to see how much time
Oh, I tell you what sealed it. Burke actually lost the rear halfway through the hairpin. He lost some time from that. Went wide.
I was going to check the pit entry for Gardner and see if maybe Burke was right up behind him on a narrow line. But no, if he's lost at the hairpin, that'll do it for him at that point in the race. All right, there are now just 7 cars at the front of the field yet to pit in this race. So Grigol, Burke, Rosella, and Scott. There's 4 of them in picture at a time. Then you've got Stewart and Joe Stewart and Tom Freer. Your next 2, and the 7th and final car, Richie Stanaway there in the number 62 machine to round out the drivers yet to pit. Griffin Gardner, the first out of the box, and now sitting at 38.5 behind the race there. Greg Galt responds to Gardner.
Here we go then. Race leader into the lane. Wayne Burke moves through to the lead. So it's Burke, Rosella, and Scott now your top 3. Tom Freer looks like is staying out as well. Job Stewart puts the 35 into the lane from 6th spot. Stanaway also comes in. So it's just the top 4 cars now left to make a stop here. And we should expect them in very shortly, I'd say at the end of this next lap. Because if they stay out any longer, they're just going to be bleeding time at this point.
We go off the jacks. There's Gardner. This has been a very successful undercut race.
Wow.
Griffin Gardner to the effective race lead with a 1-lap undercut from nearly 2 seconds back.
That's amazing. Fantastic.
Although, have a look at what's on screen though.
Yeah, 2 seconds faster stop. Or 1 second faster, sorry.
So 1 second on tyres, 1 second in the lane. We'll see if that extra second of fuel that Greg Galt's been able to get into the car can pay some dividends. He's now got to see how his car behaves with a bit of warm air on the nose.
Yes. And not to mention Greg Galt's pace. You know, he was able to extend that gap nicely in the first stint. Now that he has a car in front of him, I mean, he is going to be dealing with some warm air coming through the radiators, but also he's going to have the slipstream down the straights. So he actually, you know, this might not be too bad for Greg Galt. If he's in the slipstream of Gardner and they're pretty much equal on pace, Greg Galt can offset that extra second of fuel he took in the stop by lifting and coasting a little bit in the slipstream.
I mean, look how quickly he's caught back up on this lap. It's already down from 2 seconds to about half a second or thereabouts as he's brought his car quickly up to speed. So that is quite near. Look how wide Gardner is going to throw it out there through the wall. Greg Galt though, shallower entry and in the slipstream, doesn't lose as much as you lose a tiny bit on the way out, but picks up the speed in the straight line in the process. No sign of the fuel save just yet there into sunset on this lap race. And he's looking racy. Looking very racy indeed. I don't think he's waiting around.
No, he's not.
Oh, Gardner on the brakes. Yeah, he's going to let him go.
Yeah, interesting there. Okay. Position swap there for the race lead. So I think Griffin Gardner's mission from here on out is to try and stick with Greg Galt so he has something to fight with at the end.
Yeah, that would be the clear intention. And just that little tap of the brakes on the exit of Sunset Bend as they got into the front straight proper. The indication there that Griffin is not here to fight Egg. I'm just getting way out of the way so you can set up for turn 1 there. And we'll now see, as you said, can Griffin Gardner stay in that 1 to 2 second marker here? The question is, how much fuel saving will Gardner be able to do? I don't think there'll be much, given the opening stint implies there's a bit of a pace advantage to that 1.77. Well, just have a quick look here. In-game time, approaching 5:30 virtual standard time at Sebring. What has that done to the air and track temperature? That has brought the track down a good couple of degrees, has it not, Reece? You were talking
it has.
40 degrees in qualifying, down to 35 Celsius. So you see here how the tyres are feeling as this second stint goes on, because we're almost at the halfway mark too, and these drivers going that long, you should see some shorter second stops, I would think, in that case.
Yeah. That seems to be the order of the day.
There we are.
Oh, no. There we go. Finally, well, some of the Synergy cars make their way into the lane, but Burke and Freer continue to stay out. What is the plan here for Wayne Burke and Tom Freer?
Yeah, I'm going to be very curious indeed. So let's have a look here. I'm going to grab, where's 29 of Luke Rosella. Then we'll switch to Gardner. And we'll do this. We can now track Gardner on the road. We'll watch the time in the pits. Oh, that was wide for Greg Golthorpe Sunset. But we'll be able to keep our eyes here on these two as they go past the pits. 18 seconds only for Rosella. So he's going to try a little bit of an undercut on fuel there.
But look at where they come out. Luke Rosella and James Scott have come out in 6th and 7th place.
O'Shea gets through with an undercut here in all of this as well.
Yeah.
And he's on almost equal fuel with Rosella and Scott.
Okay. Well, Rosella comes out just behind O'Shea. Rosella and Scott will be corrected. I think, yeah, still corrected 4th to 7th place because Burke and Freer still have yet to come into the lane. This is a long first stint for Wayne Burke and Tom Freer as Rosella now tries to round up O'Shea. O'Shea pitted 3 laps before Rosella did, so the tyres still very fresh here on the Synergy number 29 and vaults up the inside of Cunningham Corner. Takes the position without much fuss there.
Wanted to be a bit aggressive there, but I think play the long game here. Rosella wants to lead from the front of this group. Not going to be too much of a pain to do that. There's been trouble before he pressed on track. Wayne Burke finally to the pit lane. Now, the thing is that Tom Freer is the only car yet to pit in this race.
And he stays out again. And
yeah, I guess I'm not so sure as to where exactly Burke comes out. I presume effective 3rd, which means Rosella will still be effective 4th. It's just a question of exactly where in this gap he will come out. As here is Burke on the jacks. We'll see, does he go for 18 seconds or does he push for a little bit more fuel? He's going to go more fuel than his teammates, a lot more fuel than his teammates. Hang on. Nope, just more fuel. Just a lot more fuel.
Yeah, pretty long stop there for Wayne Burke, so you would guess that that's going to be a splash and dash for the final pit stop. How many laps from the end will he do it, though? He might just wait for a safety car potentially to do that, but the way this race has been going so far, seems like safety car chance is quite low.
Yeah, it seems to be solo car incidents, and speaking of, I actually want to go, let's see if we can get a read here on what's... Actually, we'll do that later because there's this happening here on the road at the moment. Also Thomas Hinds and Matthew Bowler. That's Shepherd, Gibbs and Delaney ahead. So we've got ourselves what's now another 6-car battle pack. Oh, Hinds, a little wobble there on the exit of turn 1. Just able to gather that one up before it gets too crazy, but it's busy here. That's why I'm bored with Hinds for a little bit.
Yes. Right up behind Matthew Bowler at the moment, and Bowler had to serve a penalty earlier, it seems. 5-second post-race time penalty, apparently, for the incident that he had earlier with Thomas Hinds, but it was redressed, so interesting to see what eventuates from that one, as Hinds had a brief look at Cunningham. Not much in it, though, between these two. Of course, Bowler missing his bonnet at the moment. So a little bit more cooling going to the engine, but probably not great for aerodynamics. There's a big pack ahead of them, though. Shepherd, Gibbs and Delaney all fighting hard over this 23rd position out on track. This is far away from where a few of these drivers would like to be, as Tom Freer has finally taken his pit stop. It was long for Wayne Burke, but Tom Freer only spends 18 seconds stopped in the lane. Rayhan Leonage also pitting, and Rayhan has the quickest pit stop time in the top 10. Leonage is in 6th. He was only stopped for 16 seconds as, oh, there goes Bowler. Up the inside of Blake Delaney, who was one of the first cars to pit in this race. His tyres will be crying out for some mercy. We'll be hoping to stick with Hinsey and Bowler as things stand here. Problem for Kuznetsov, I'm noticing. He is stopped at pit entry.
Oh, well.
What's going on here?
That's a good question indeed, Reese. I was just, you know, going to take some time to talk about what's happened for various drivers in this race in terms of penalties and such. Yeah, that car's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Entry to Sunset Bend is where it happened. Kuznetsov was a little too eager on the downshift blips and the engine popped. His mic's not working. I think he's calling for a tow from race controller as a result of this incident. Watch as he goes boom, 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 and then bam goes the engine. And all he can do is try and coast into the pits. Of course, the accelerator pedal will be doing nothing at this stage, but as he gets the slows down to pit road speed limit, he's realized he's not going to be able to make it to the pit lane.
Yeah, no, that car did not have enough rolling momentum through Sunset. And there
Safety
we go.
car called. This is big.
As a result, no big shockers there, I don't think, but this indeed is big as to what do our leaders do. There we go, straight into the lane for Brickold, Gardner, Rosella. Well, this shakes the order a bit as everyone will take the pit stop under safety car conditions. Just as we get a little bit past the halfway marker here, Reese.
Okay, so best placed on fuel stops is Wayne Burke. Considering he just took that super long pit stop, he will have the quickest pit stop time out of all of these guys, I would imagine.
Let's wait and see who's the first off of the lane.
It's Griffin Gardner. Right. And Burke comes out just behind them. So Burke back into effective third. There goes Luke Rosella. Fourth place.
James Scott. Rainer Costello comes out. No, yes, sorry. It does come out in P7. Ahead of Rayhan Leonage for 8th. It's then Hobson and Tom Freer to bring some of the Synergy 5 power. Also in 11th as well. As this field now circulates through the pit cycle. Now, since we're under yellow, I'm going to take a chance to have a look through some of these incidents that were noted. And in fact, actually what we'll do is we'll go start with the first one that was issued in this race, which was for an incident actually in qualifying here, Reese. Just need a moment to...
Okay, so let me...
Okay, never mind.
Let me just explain this one. All right. Yes. Well, we'll just explain what the penalties are and what they're for. So, yeah, an incident in qualifying between Thomas Hinz and Kenneth Latter, and if I'm not mistaken, that's Hinz that has been awarded a 5-point penalty for that one, unless I've gotten it mixed up. Tom Freer and Job Stewart on lap 3. It was deemed to be Tom Freer's fault for turning Job Stewart, and race control ordered a redress for that one. Also on lap 3, Job Stewart also came together with Rick Kuznetsov. That was deemed a racing incident. Same for a lap 3 incident between Brett Loxton and Hayden Harrison. Lap 4, Brad Ratu and Thomas Freeman came together, and Freeman got himself a 10-second pit time penalty. And of course then on lap 10, there was Matthew Bowler and Thomas Hinz coming together, and a 5-second time penalty for Bowler, which had the position redressed. All right, so those are all the decisions that race control has made so far. Got to say, that's... I think that's literally half the incidents that we had to deal with in Split 2, which really speaks to how clean Split 1 has been in general.
For the most part, yeah. It's solo car. It's actually, oh, that's right. There was a solo car incident I wanted to look at, and then everything happened with Rick. Let's see if I can grab it. It was Corey Preston in the 980. Isolate that one. I can find it. The fact that he was driving slowly beforehand does not give me a lot of sense of hope for what happened to the engine of the 980. Let's see if this tells a tale.
So making his way through Big Bend under the bridge.
This was back on lap 19 for reference.
Or was he hit from behind? No. He actually just went deep at the hairpin. Completely lost his braking marker there. Had to make his way back onto the road, but then pulled over, I think.
Yeah, this is one moment he had. He then had a second moment on the same lap. So this is later on, obviously, so this is still lap 19, but now on the Auburn straight, as you can see.
I think he's just touring slowly back to the pits.
See here, 20-second queue up. This is, yeah, he's just going to back off slowly. Yep, so that's slow enough to trigger the, may have crashed a little bit. So it was a little, actually a little bit, no more than a furphy in the one. There they go, and then really slowed it down to bring it round into the pit lane. And just confirming that Preston has now been in the pit lane for 10 minutes, and so I suspect we won't see much more of him now. There's a couple of the drivers taking extra service there. It's Thomas Freeman, just popped down to the pits. 23 seconds for him. Matthew Bolwat. 35 seconds here. Really getting as much of that car fixed up as he can, and actually maybe a tiny bit of scuff on the left front, but that's now looking a lot healthier than it was earlier on in this race.
Yeah, at least he has the bonnet lid back on the thing and can drive at 100% of his pace. So here we go then. In the midst of all of that, it looks like Griffin Gardner. Yeah, definitely. My train of thought is currently running on 3 different tracks at the moment, and I'm having trouble jumping from one to the other. Gardner, with the better pit stop under the safety car, managed to come out ahead of Ethan Griggolt. Wayne Burke still maintaining 3rd place. And Luke Rosella still in 4th. James Scott, who started on pole position, down in 6th place. And you've got to say, for all the good driving that James Scott has done so far, it all came down to that initial getaway at the very start of the race. When the green flag dropped, James Scott just went nowhere.
Yeah, the number of places James Scott lost has just completely outweighed the ability he's kept his nose clean. As well, you might notice that at the front of the field, we're lacking a safety car. So whilst we don't have confirmation over the in-game radios that I can hear, at least, because I'm not listening into those as the producer tonight, I can reasonably deduce we'll be going back to green this lap. So when does Griffin Gardner go?
When does he go indeed? Here we are then. Safety car is now in the pit lane and has pulled away. So now everyone's going to be trying to stay as close to Griffin Gardner as they can. When does the 93 decide to put the hammer down? At the last apex of Sunset Bend is when he does. Green flag flies. And we're away once again to start the 25th lap of this race. Everyone's taken their 2 mandatory pit stops so far. Ethan Griggolt has to protect the inside at turn 1 from Wayne Burke. They make slight contact on the way in, but they both keep going. Dylan O'Shea now under attack from James Scott. And Rainer Costello having to defend from Rehan Leonage. A couple of places behind that. Leonage and Costello bumping each other here through turn 5. Who will get the best exit? Who will have the advantage coming into the hairpin? At the moment, it's looking like Costello. And Brenton Hobson looking to get his nose in here. That's a really good front row seat to this action. But Hobbo's left himself open. Oh, and that is Tom Freer in too deep. Just tapped Rainer Costello around, which actually secured him the position over Rehan Leonage.
What happened that for a bit of drama, as I just thought we'd take a moment to enjoy everyone flying down into turn 7 That's Briggsy on the inside of teammate Freer, quite deep. This time though, yes, boys give each other enough space to allow that to sort itself out 2 by 2. But we've got Joe Stewart in the mix of all of this as well, which might be a wrench in the plans, as well as Dylan Rudd and Sean McNamara looking for a way through as well.
Huge pack here. It looks like the top 6 are enjoying a nice gap over all of this palaver at the moment. Gardner just keeping himself ahead of Ethan Griggold as they come onto the Ullman straight under green flag again.
Just a little late the 6th gear there, but he might be a little bit off for us on board as closing up on the brakes, of course. But look how close Gardner's willing to run into the wall there through Sunset. Just, it's not much, it's maybe only about half a metre more, but it seems to be just giving him a tiny bit of buffer to approach turn 1, but here comes Griggold.
Oh, the big dive. Can he pull it up? No. No, he can't. Griffin Gardner moves back through into the lead, and Griggold loses 2nd place from that. Wayne Burke took great advantage of that mistake.
And, well, luckily for Griggold, only the 1 spot lost in the process. But yeah, that was a real throw it in and see if it'll stick, and it did not stick. It now means that we are a bit more of a 6-car battle, but Rosella looking a little vulnerable to O'Shea, who's on the lights there for him. Oh, Brad Rattu, Damien Johnson, something's happened further on back in the field here.
Oh yeah, it definitely has.
So Michael Whiting, Sands.
Oh, this is a mess.
Yeah, that's a lot of cars going in nose to tail.
Yeah, looks like Rattu and Johnstone came together on the exit of turn 5, and Rattu was sent off the circuit. Johnstone was running a bit slow there, which is why he came into contact with all of this pack here. Rattu's managed to get going again as well.
Not too damaged, so we might leave that for another time should we get a chance, because there's now Wayne Burke's turn to size up your race leader and see what he can make of potentially leading from the front. Garner, they're very wide through the mob, but that gives him the benefit to run onto the straight each and every time it seems, although slipstream again. Now Burke to inch that bit closer. Away to the end of the straight. Burke's will look for it this time. Not close enough to fully commit.
Yeah, that's the thing about Sunset Bend. There's 3 apexes to that corner, and you got to run wide between the first and the second ones to get a good run out of the corner. So it feels like the door is opening for a move when really probably isn't. These drivers have been racing at Sebring for long enough. They know the nature of a lot of these corners, so they'll know exactly where to stick it in when the time is right. Something wrong for Tom Freer. Car 707 is dropping. He had a big off at turn 1. He's just made it back onto the racetrack in turn 3. Looks like he caught the inside wall at turn 1. He's actually stopped and is letting everyone go. Is he going to get rolling again?
He will. Oh. No, he's not particularly a fan of those red tyres anymore, is he?
No.
That will mean we at least can keep this race going. Check back in with the front 4. Actually, no, it is realistically front 6. O'Shea just a little bit off the back of Rosella, but close enough. Just still getting some benefits from all this. And, well, we've got 6 cars inside 2 seconds. It's not really that much in the grand scheme of things either. Bolt looks to have found some pace once again on board the ERT 177. He tries to keep Burke up to the back of Gardner here.
Alright, here's the place once again where we see Griffin Gardner taking that super wide line into Le Mans, and well, Burke and Griggold try to follow him a little bit on that wide line, but they seem a bit more comfortable with the shallower entry. Burke has managed to make it work. The slipstream is on. This is the view back from Gardner, and he knows that it's about to happen, so goes defensive into Sunset Bend. It's going to be, it's reasonably easy to defend into Sunset Bend as long as you don't run too deep. Burke, though, he runs deep himself, runs a little bit wide, but Gets it back onto the racing line by the time you get onto the power. And again, it seems like a little better exit for car 89. And Gardner having to go defensive again. He's going to try and fight for this win for his life. But there is so much pressure being put on, and Greg Galt caught the inside wall there in turn 1. That will be suspension damage for the 177. That lets Luke Rosella through into the top 3, and there goes Wayne Burke into the lead of the race at turn 3. Griffin Gardner could not defend that one.
Oh, there we go. Set that one up, of course, with a run off Sunset Bend, but it's not done yet because, here we go, Gardner wants it back. Down to turn 7 we come. Almost so Rosella's going to show the nose, but Greg Galt, look at that pressuring on the outsiders. Oh, a little bit of a squirm. On the inside, O'Shea into the rear bumper of Greg Galt, getting him loose on power down. That's going to send the 177 back to the rear of the group, and I think this time, yeah, Egg will concede for a moment, regather the car. I think he has gotten away with that wall tap.
Yeah, seems like it. I did call suspension damage when it happened, but I think he might have just hit it in the right place, that it isn't affecting the geometry of his car. Regardless, that was a terrible lap for Ethan Greg Galt. Here's how it started for him. Just diving his way into the first corner, and you often can't see this apex when you turn in initially. Your trajectory is, your trajectory is decided the moment you turn in, and little bit too much on the way in for Ethan Greg Galt. And now faces a big fight to try and get back onto the podium from here.
Yep, gonna have to find a way past James Scott, who's been either struggling for some pace unexpectedly in race trim or just biding his sweet time. Dylan O'Shea, who I think is willing to get the elbows out extremely aggressively, given he now has a top 4 position in this race. Scott will show the nose, but it's not enough to phase O'Shea. And then Rosella, Gardner, Burke, the podium for the time being. And that's just the top 6. Let alone what you can see happening in the background.
Yeah. There's a whole other race going on back here, isn't there? We look back at the likes of Rainer Costello and Rayan Leonage ahead of these guys. Job Stewart currently making his way back into the position he started in, 9th. Rainer Costello was actually the quickest car last time around, and, well, Rayan Leonage doesn't care about that. He's going to try and find his way through here on the ERT Mustang and try and get further into the top 10. Leonage is looking to try and get back the position he started in, 7th spot.
Work happening here. Jump on board with the 79 for a moment. Tries to get a couple more spots in this race. Well, he's down one from where he started. So there's a bit of sideways action from the rear tyres of Costello, but hasn't hurt the run off the corner as much as you might have thought. So reasonably happy there. Deeper for Gendavine is Leonage. But not as strong, it seems, to Le Mans, especially on this particular instance there, Reese.
Rayan does seem to be very strong when it comes to the slower stuff and trying to scythe your way through those corners that come quick and fast. I mean, he does have plenty of real-life karting experience, so that's probably where that comes in. But, yeah, tracks with, exits onto long straightaways like this one, probably not as strong as he'd like to be. But having said that, he did take the win at Montreal, which has a couple of long straights there. Oh, yeah, Wayne Burke.
Yeah, action up in front. Check back in with you later, Rayhan.
Oh, hello. Yeah, look at this. This is amazing. Rosella is in P1. How on earth did this happen?
Well, that left side damage to Burke's car tells me a bit of a story. And, it is been going back and forth between these. Hit check and a bit of a rub. O'Shea now eyeing off P3 potentially in this race. Maybe P2 if he can swing it. But at the same time,
Greg Galt!
All of these drivers throwing everything at it here. And there we go. Egg up into P5. Going to get one spot back here. It brings Leonardo Costello into it proper. So it is now 8 cars pretty much inside 2 seconds. Give or take some. And look at this here. Egg looking for some way past O'Shea. Burke still trying to get back past Gardner. Oh my.
Oh, wow. You know what? I think this is going to deserve a replay. Quick sharp, Dan, because that was a big incident that I really wish we'd seen live. Turned out that Griffin Gardner dived up the inside of Wayne Burke coming into turn 1. We'll see it happen here. And it's actually Gardner who collected the inside wall at the first turn and then hit himself into Burke. Here is it happening. In they go, and then bam and bam. That's what allowed Rosella through into the lead.
Well, there you go. One small moment sets off a bit of a chain reaction. And as you said, best get back to it. And, oh, pick the right time to get back to it.
Oh, yeah. Burke gets back past Griffin Gardner there. And, well, all of that mess has given Luke Rosella over a second's lead here, coming into the final 14 laps, or 13 laps of this race. And Greg Galt is still looking for a way back past Dylan O'Shea here. Look at this pack. It's going all the way back to Rayan Leonage now. And tell you what, we can throw in Job Stewart all the way back to Brenton Hobson and Richie Stanaway here. The top 15 all sharing more or less the same bit of racetrack here, with Rosella skipping away out in front.
Berkey willing to play maybe a bit of rear gunner at this moment and help secure 2 SSR cars. No, it's O'Shea, a bit defensive, but at the back of the group, Costello having to go defensive on Leonage, and as you said, now Stewart's in the back of right on the back, and it's bringing Briggs, it's bringing Rudd, it's bringing McNamara, it's bringing Jaros, and yeah, the fact that, well, once you extract the race leader, 5 seconds, second through to 15th place.
We're on for a heck of a finish if this continues. So down into Tower Turn we come. And it looks like Burke has done enough to cover off Gardner for the time being. Starting to pull out a little bit of a gap. Rosella won't want to drop off the pace to give any slipstream assistance to his teammate as things stand. Burke is quick, and he'll be able to catch up in due course. So right now, it's looking like a 1-2 for Synergy Sim Racing as an organisation. But Wayne Burke pushing very hard onto the Ullman straight there. Just caught the grass a little bit. And so Gardner still in the slipstream. Look at that freight train coming down the back stretch towards Sunset Bend. Beautiful stuff.
Hands on deck. Who's going to be the next one to either, well, falter, but it's more a case of, I guess, drivers trying to make something work. Bolts are close. Now he knows O'Shea will break a little early here, I think. Not really early enough to make anything of it. As they will file in turn 1 up against that apex wall. Again, Gardner's almost even having to think about defending either from O'Shea or just try and give a signal. Ooh, that's caught Griggold out there a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. And thinking about Griffin Gardner, well, with the incident that happened at a turn 1 between himself and Wayne Burke, Gardner actually has minor damage to both sides of the car now. He hit the wall on his left side and Burke on his right, as that is a big move there for James Scott. Too deep, forces Griggold wide, and have a look at that. Rainer Costello decides to come through to take advantage of all of this. Griggold now falls back behind Rayan Leonage and Job Stewart. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Leonage.
Oh no!
Oh, he's done the well. He stayed back inside Costello, but then Scott across the nose. There's almost tripped. Job Stewart's now going to force the issue. That's almost 3 wide in the tower.
God.
Oh, it just resolves itself into 2 wide.
Wow! What a great exchange that was. So now James Scott finds himself in 6th place. Rainer Costello has decided to very quickly leave the scene here, up into P5, up 13 places. That's a magnificent gain there from the ERT Mustang. But now this train continues to concertina back. It's James Scott in 6th, all the way back to Luke Mitchinson in 16th spot.
Everyone's so evenly matched here as it requires now, just saying, you've got to force the issue. Because no one's cracking under the pressure here. This is entirely down to making moves and a liberal amount of elbow grease in the process up here at the front of the field, Reese, as they work their way across the line. 11 laps to go in this one. This, I don't think, is calming down anytime soon.
Oh, this is V8SCOPS in a nutshell, isn't it? This is why I've been a part of the broadcast crew for this series from the very start. This is why SimSpeed TV and OSR set up this series in the first place. This is the kind of racing that you get here. It doesn't matter where you are in the field. There is someone to fight with. There is something to fight for. Magnificent. Back up to the front. Dylan O'Shea now right on the back of Griffin Gardner, who's starting to lose a bit of pace to Wayne Burke. And oh dear, Adam Briggs has got a 9.5 car to his right and to his rear. Let's take it easy. Dylan Rudd and Sean McNamara, the teammates, trying to find their way through here, but it looks like Adam Briggs isn't giving an inch. Boxes in Dylan Rudd, and that's going to allow McNamara round the outside through Cunningham Corner. But Rudd's going to give his team leader a bit of a fight here coming up to Tower Turn.
Side by side between the 9.5 cars. McNamara's going to need to tuck in line before, or sooner. And he does, but he's exposed now to Jordan Ross. Not quite is the answer. Oh, man. Basically, I switched to Gardner and O'Shea for a second because they were coming up into the hairpin. The gap was less than a tenth of a second between the two of them, running nose to tail. Rainer Costello's run away from the group behind, I think, is starting to fade because James Scott would like a piece of the pie once again. He's a little closer. Oh, Greg Galt, Leonage.
Yep. Oh, here we go. Greg Galt gets up the inside of the number 79 at Sunset, and they push each other wide. Oh.
Good driving from Rayhan to open the door as much as he needed to there, because that was in deep. Too deep from Greg Galt, realistically, I think.
Yeah.
At least intended, anyways.
Definitely. And Greg Galt, I think, realised, forcing the issue a bit too much. He decided to drop back a little bit. Oh, wow. Is there going to be any reprieve at all towards the end of this race? I don't think so.
Oh, no. We're now with the 10 laps to go here. The fireworks have been lit. That was Stanaway alongside Hobbo. Oh, here at the back of the train. These guys have decided they're now bored of hanging around and waiting for everything to happen up front. It's splintering the group once again, but now means we take a moment to look here and see what these guys have got for us.
Yeah, well, they're starting to fall back into the clutches of that Mustang trio we were looking at early on in the race. Brian Borg, Corey Shepherd and Robert Gibbs. They've caught up to the back of these guys now, and they'll be trying to find a way through soon if this is anything to go by. Stanaway having to find his way around the outside of Hobson. That's a good defense from Hobbo there, but Stanaway gets on the power a bit too aggressively and loses out on the exit. Mitchinson can do nothing.
Not quite there to force the issue. It's probably a good thing, thankfully. As well, we don't need too many more dramatics in all of this as this group continues to snake its way around the circuit, nose to tail. Still got the two 9.5 cars, still trying to rein in. Oh, that was a wobble in the background for James Scott. Here comes Job Stewart looking for a piece of the pie, but Scott already early defensive. And Stewart does not want the inside line for Sunset Bend, it seems, unless he can cut back really late here for that third and final apex.
Yeah, there wasn't enough space on the inside. He's going to have to stick behind on the way to the start-finish line.
O'Shea
and have a look at that. Yeah, O'Shea, he's gotten ahead of Griffin Gardner. He's up into third.
And just when I couldn't find 119, of course, it was when I needed it. So there we go. Exchange from the 9.5 cars. Didn't think that was coming, to be honest, with, of course, Griffin, the more experienced of the two in the car and on iRacing in general. I thought maybe there might be a bit of seniority bias there, but apparently that's not the case.
Stanaway's starting to drop. Mitchinson got by him at turn 1, and then Stanaway got a little tap from Shepherd, and so now has fallen behind him. So now he's getting a big bump from the 017 of Brian Borg. Stanaway's going to try desperately to hold on to something here. Defensive into the hairpin for the real-life Australian touring car driver, and he gets squeezed a little. Oh, that's a big helping of wheel spin. That's going to give Borgie the position, I'd imagine. But Stanaway's still defensive here. He doesn't want to let Robbie Gibbs by. Gibbs, split 2 winner. Oh my goodness, he's managed to hold on to it. Amazing.
He's thrown that in so deep as Richie Stanaway. The rears were must have been absolutely lit up on the downshifts with the brakes locked up. Borgie, though, no response at the moment. Has to get back in line and now worry about Gibbs, who's slipping and sliding that number 2 ERT Mustang around. And Thomas Hinz is here to come and play today, enjoying the back of the group.
I think what we're seeing is just a really long concertina back that's been developing over the last 5 laps. You know, we've had drivers making moves. We've had drivers try to take advantage of the door opening and losing time. And so the sort of epicenter of the pack has just fallen back gradually. And having said that, it's come together again in certain places here, because have a look at Rainer Costello. A brilliant run from Costello in this one. He's up 13 spots now into the top 5 and is keeping James Scott behind him very nicely. We got Stuart Leonage and Greg Galt there all fighting over the same bit of racetrack, trying to say, look, you know, we belong up there. But I think they're getting in each other's hair a little bit too much.
Yeah, there's been a lot of dicing between this group of drivers. As the laps tick on down, we have, it was 7 to go on this particular lap, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm mistaken, I'll take to go. Right, I'll resign and put my maths card in the bin. And after that one there, just having a look around, there was a moment. Now, it was way back in the pack, but momentary peacetime means I think I can afford to unfortunately bring up an incident for Scott Gamble, which explains, for those who are being wondering where he's at, how he's ended up down the back of the field. So the inside of Jake O'Reilly in that short turn. Oh dear, unfortunately the contact there, not particularly friendly to Gamble, and has put him in the inside of the wall there.
Yeah, it took a bit of time to get back going as well. That's a hard sell there for Scott Gamble, who we saw involved in some spectacular driving earlier on in the race. Here's the battle for second then. Dylan O'Shea is on a bit of a charge at the moment. Wayne Burke 2:02.08 on the last lap. O'Shea took 2/10 out of him. So this 9.5 number 119 is looking mighty quick here in the dying stages of this race.
It is. We've seen Sean McNamara and Dylan Rudd exchange spots, but then very deep through sunset for McNamara is going to get that spot right on back. Scott Gamble's had more trouble on his own out of Tower Corner. We'll have to leave that be because we've got action like this here. Positions exchange. Greg Goltzer on Leonage as well at turn 1 there. So 7 to go. Has Ed got anything left in the tank at 7.5 seconds off the lead to start clawing back some precious spots that he's lost out in the biff and barge of the second half of the race?
Yeah, there's been plenty of biff and a dash of barge, you'd have to say, as Robbie Gibbs manages to work his way past Brian Borg. What a drive it's been for Gibbs as well. Started 27th up to 19th, and he's the one with the most driving time out of anyone tonight. He's the split 2 winner, and he defends nicely from Borg. The door's open for Hinz. Oh no! Is that J. Ross?
J. Ross and Hobbo.
Oh no! Synergy teammates.
Mara's involved in all of this as well somehow. Well, I know what this calls for. Actually, hang on, this all starts with driver. Oh dear. The driver's driving slowly. The smells of a slowdown going wrong to me because this driving slowly comes before the crash. Let's see if we can pick it up here.
Actually, looks like a real crush in the hairpin, actually. Sean McNamara gets tapped by J. Ross, and then both he and Hobbo try to avoid the spinning 9.5 car.
That'll do it, unfortunately, there. And so, a bit of momentum stalled on out as a result.
All right, back to live pictures into Sunset Bend. Wayne Burke versus Dylan O'Shea for second spot here.
Slowly but surely heating up.
Yep, and they've got 6 laps to go now as they come across the start-finish line. Burke is still running lap times in the low 102s. O'Shea is just taking 0.2 out of Burke lap on lap. I think a move is coming very soon, but we know how good of a racer Wayne Burke is. He will be putting on the defensive drive of his life here to try and preserve that 1-2 for the Synergy organization.
It's also the thought, maybe looking at the times on my end as well. O'Shea, like Rosella and Burke, lapping almost identically to each other at the moment. Does O'Shea commit to trying for second, or does he try and somehow encourage Burke to get a little closer to first before springing his move? Okay, there's a bit of a show of the nose there. I think that might just give away O'Shea. Yeah, never mind. There's no more waiting around for the 119 inside at Cunningham Corner, and gets it pulled up nicely to cut off a switchback attempt there. I think that's move secured.
Beautifully done.
Got any response in the next couple of corners?
Yeah, it's all going to come down to corner exits here. The exit onto the Ullman Straight will be everything. Some bad news, meanwhile, for Jordan Ross. He's retired from the race. Didn't suffer too much damage in that incident, but I think he just decided to call it a night after that unfortunate coming together at the hairpin. So J. Ross is out. Synergy is another man down. And man off the second spot on the podium. But for how long for Wayne Burke? He's in the slipstream of Dylan O'Shea. And he's gaining, he thinks about it. Thought about moving to the inside, but just lifted out of it. I think he's waiting for a better opportunity.
Speaking of a driver looking for an opportunity, happy to get right on the rear bumper. Stewart, though, not going to give him the time of day on the inside of turn 1. He'll have to be the long way around, or can he get this car to switch back through the middle of the corner? They're both a little wide, but
here we go.
That looks okay. He's going to commit to the... Oh, Stewart aggressively defending this one, though. And now Grigol's got the overlap, so he can't cut back. For turn 3, that's Leonage and Adam Briggs going at it in behind these two as well.
What a fight this is. Oh, I think there's going to be a chance at the hairpin here for Grigol.
Leonage through. Looks like he's okay for now.
Yeah. Oh, no! Rear end contact! Oh, but they both managed to pull it up for the hairpin only just. Stewart with that aggressive defense is starting to catch out Ethan Grigol. I'm wondering how much frustration will be going through the ERT driver's head here. What's going to happen down at Cunningham? Stewart immediately switches to the inside here, but Grigol aggressive on the brakes, slightly ahead at the turn-in point. But Stewart covers him.
He is working every angle here, trying to get every bit of drive, it seems. Forcing Stewart defensive. And driving in the mirrors. You're going to have to be careful, because here comes the pack behind. And if they sniff the drop, well, two cars, let's say, in Leonage and Briggs, but if they smell a tiny drop of blood, they will be the sharks in the water here.
Here we go then.
Another hit.
Straight. Yeah, gosh, Stewart is he just doesn't have anything in the mid-corner, does he, compared to Ethan Grigol? But now that's brought Leonage and Briggs right onto the back of this. Grigol now has damage to the front end. All in a line through Sunset Bend, no moves being made, but now the chance begins anew for Ethan Grigol to try and find his way through here. 3 laps to go, just about, for these drivers. 4 laps to go. Thought they were going to come up to start lap 41, but oh dear, Leonage tries and they come together. Ethan Grigol and Job Stewart side by side through turn 1. This is insane, and oh! Fortunately, they managed to work that out. So that would have been a big spin there for Ethan Greg Gold if Leonage had been just a tiny bit more aggressive.
I think Leonage, he'll happily defend aggressively. There's no room there for you, Adam, up the inside of the hairpin.
Very deep for Briggs, and Leonage says, nope, it's my corner, mate.
Oh boy, it's on, I think, in some fashion. It is on.
Yeah, Burke and O'Shea for second place. Burke's going to have the inside for Tower. No, he's not. O'Shea covers him again. Oh, he's too deep in Tower. Here he comes, Wayne Burke, to take back second place.
There we go. Not too shocking there, Burkey biding his time after that pass a couple of laps ago. And might have just overworked O'Shea's, gotten O'Shea to overwork his car there. And so back to SSR 1 and 2. Luke Rosella is now going to have 3 laps at the line and almost 5 seconds to his name. Still got to get the job done, but I think he'll be feeling a little bit more comfortable each and every lap.
O'Shea again. Oh, there he is.
Through though again, so yeah, these two are going at it.
This is starting to shape up like Villeneuve versus... I forget who the other driver was at that French Grand Prix back in 1979.
James Scott threw into 4th place on Griffin Gardner.
Yeah, good stuff there from James Scott. This fight for second place is looking magnificent.
Rigault through on
two.
Stewart for 7th.
Wow. I mean, there's so much slicing and dicing going on in the back half of this top 5. Top 10 rather, on board with Leonage. What can he do in this ridiculous pack that's formed here? A bit too deep into the hairpin. He's going to lose out there on the exit.
He's got nothing left and brings it to the inside this time.
Whoa, so
that's close. Has he got it covered off enough? Just.
Yeah, it was René Arnoux who Gilles Villeneuve was battling with at the end of the 1979 French Grand Prix for second. And I'm feeling like it's going to be much the same here between Wayne Burke and Dylan O'Shea for second in this race. But there's so much fighting going on all throughout this field. We don't know what the podium is going to look like. We know that at this point, Luke Rosella has the race almost wrapped up. Five and a bit seconds in the lead, but Burke's coming back at O'Shea again. It's going to be defensive for the 9.5 driver, who was the bravest coming into Sunset Bend. O'Shea holds on, but Burke just gains a little bit there in the mid-corner. He can't find a way past on the outside, though. O'Shea runs it all the way to the barrier. He'll almost be forced defensive into turn 1. No, Burke is going to switch to the inside here. Nothing doing. It's the penultimate lap for these guys. This has been theatrical viewing.
I got some bad news, Reese.
Briggs?
Nope.
Nope.
I'm going to pop it up on screen if you can avoid it. I want to get your response to this.
All right.
Spell it out and get it up on screen in time.
We'll keep an eye on the second place battle in the meantime. It looks like O'Shea's got Burke covered, at least for the next few corners. Mechanical black flag for Rayhan Leonage. No! Oh, have a look at Burke, though. I wish I could focus on that incident for Leonage, but it is on for second again, side by side into Cunningham. O'Shea will maintain it just about. He's got the inside line for the left-handers. If you're on the outside there, it's hard to hold on, but Burke is going to try and stick it in. Inside for Tower.
takes the spot back. O'Shea wants the run. There's not much of a run left in it. But he does drop off to try and set up for Gendabin. Because here comes James Scott. Can the 088 sneak his way back onto the podium after being almost outside the top 10, I think, at one point in this race? O'Shea's going to have to get scrappy here if he wants a spot back, but does he also maybe now consider consolidation and just make sure he's not under threat? A little bit of a close up there at the end of the straight with the slipstream, as they then hook back for the final corner. Rosella sees the white flag from Barney as these guys come to the line. This is what we like to see in terms of how racing ends, as O'Shea is hunting, dives turn one. Can he get it pulled up? Unlike previous one, he will get it pulled up, but the switchback is still there for turn three.
Oh, Burke on the inside. Can they maintain that side by side through 3, 4, and 5? They're pushing each other so hard. O'Shea all over the curbs here. Outside line might have the advantage here if the door's left open, and it is, but James Scott looks to try and sneak his way through. O'Shea will have that inside. They bang wheels, O'Shea and Burke. There's nothing that Scott can do to respond to all of this. He's going to let them fight it out amongst themselves here. O'Shea, oh, they almost bang wheels again on the exit of the hairpin. They both have trouble with wheel spin. Burke has the momentum. If you want to know what happened to Rayan Leonage, he blew the engine coming into Sunset Bend. Too aggressive on the downshifts, unfortunately, for the championship leader. But O'Shea inside for Cunningham. Again, more contact. They're fighting tooth and nail for this one. And look at Griffin Gardner. He's right on the back of this as well. This is a four-way battle for second place right now. And O'Shea gets a bit of a slide on. Bit too much oversteer. That allows Burke through. But he can still fight back. Can Mr. O'Shea here? All over the curbs, coming up to Gendabien. And oh, they make contact! Contact! And O'Shea is sent across the concrete. He's going to get a slowdown from that one. Burke is going to slow down to try and redress the position. O'Shea will get a massive slowdown from that. That might give James Scott second place here. But O'Shea is maintaining that position there. No, he's slowing down. Who's going to get second place out of this? Luke Rosella comes out of the final corner. He's going to take victory here. Fantastic drive from Rosella. O'Shea is holding on to second spot. The slowdown wasn't harsh enough for him. He's going to take it. Burke falls off the podium. It could be on between him and Griffin Gardner for fourth. O'Shea gets second and Scott in third.
My word.
Oh, God.
Well, that's one of the better ones we've had the privilege to call, Reese.
Yeah, that was fantastic. There's Luke Rosella celebrating victory there. Let's give some airtime to Luke Rosella. What a brilliant drive in the second half of the race for him. Ethan Griggold, I think, showing his frustration there. But man, what a fantastic performance from Rosella. He was there when it mattered. Qualified second. We thought that he might be in trouble through the middle phase of the race, but coming back and taking advantage of Cummings together for the race lead. Just Rosella put his car in the right place at the right time, and he had an iron grip on that race to the very end.
He did. The moment he got through, he decided to put the hammer down. And then with Wayne Burke having to fend off Griffin Gardner, and then trying to fend off Dylan O'Shea. Oh, man. Yeah, it's just incredibly hard to sort of unpack all that thing. But the fact that now, after 4 split one races for 2023, we can now say we have our second first-time winner in V8SCOPS. Just something that, in the chaos of all of that, we didn't even have a chance to sort of comprehend the fact that Luke Rosella gets to join the V8SCOPS race winners list with this result here at the Sebring 250 tonight.
Yeah, Rosella, of course, having a lot of success in Split 2, and then getting podiums in Split 1. Finally, Rosella stands on the top step of the podium in the main game. That is just fantastic for Rosella. Oh, let's go through this results list then. And interesting to note, well, Andrew Gilliam and Ryan Leonage were equal on points coming into this round. They will remain equal on points coming out of this round because of Leonage's mechanical black flag, I think. Though I have to say Leonage might get more points for finishing within the classified distance. There's the results then. Rosella, 9.7 seconds the gap. O'Shea manages to keep second place. It almost looked like it was all over for O'Shea coming onto the straight, but he held onto it. James Scott, Griffin Gardner and Wayne Burke will round out your top 5. Costello comes home in 6th. He can be proud of that one. Ethan Grigault, unfortunately, falling off the wagon towards the end of the race despite leading earlier. He'll be hoping for something better in the coming rounds. Job Stewart comes home in 8th. Adam Briggs gains 10 spots to finish in 9th. And Dylan Rudd will round out the top 10 there.
He sure will indeed. Luke Mitchinson not too far back. In fact, barely a second in it to finish in 11th place tonight there. Then only another second and change back to Corey Shepard in 12th. And now critically with that, we see the 718 take the championship lead with the issue there for Leonage and Andrew Gilliam's non-attendance tonight. But early days, of course, when all of that is considered. Only another second and a half back to Shaw McNamara in 13th. And then Richie Stanaway holds on to 14th by a matter of tenths in front of Brenton Hobson there in the 88 machine. Robbie Gibbs climbs his way up to 16th place to wrap up his 2-race affair tonight here at Sebring. Ahead of Brian Borg there in 17th. Mike Taylantich a half second back there for 18th. Ken Latta in 19th. Again, another just 6 tenths back and change there, Reese. And then not even 4 tenths back. Hayden Harrison rounds out your top 20 there in the 96 for 95 Sim Sports.
Hayden Veld, one of the first cars to come into the lane after a lap 1 incident, manages to finish 21st. Thomas Freeman comes home behind him. Michael Whiting has the most positions gained in the whole field, up 17 places to 23rd spot. Jake O'Reilly and Dylan Pereira round out the top 25 there. Blake Warboys coming home and just managing to gain 2 spots there. Damien Johnstone losing 2 spots to 27th place. Chris Coxhead, Brad Ratu and Blake Delaney round out your top 30 cars. A good run from Delaney as well. He started right at the back, but managed to work things out and stay out of trouble for the most part. And then we get to our retirements list here. Ryan Leonage and Thomas Hinz, well, 2 laps from the end, they'll still get points for this round. So will Jordan Ross and Scott Gamble, I believe. Matthew Bowler, Riley Bilson, Tom Freer, Brett Loxton, Rick Kuznetsov and Corey Preston all retiring from this one, as well as the car of Sebastian Flock, the number 84 ERT entry, 32 laps from the end and out. All right, that's going to end the racing action for tonight, but we have podium interviews to go for here. First off, we have to give airtime to the man who came home in P1. Luke Rosella joins us in the comms box. You're a V8SCOPS Split 1 winner, Luke. That must feel good.
Yeah, thanks mate. Yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah, there's a few things I did tonight that made me nearly lose the race. Of course, got the slowdown in the first lap, which cost me a few positions and some track position. And then the final pit stop, I put a little bit too much fuel, so I was actually overweight, so I was losing just a tiny bit of straight line. But the car was bigger. Thanks to the guys for creating such a good setup, and yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, it seemed like the racing tonight was defined by drivers making moves and then everyone behind them having to back themselves up. It was an incident like that at the front that allowed you to take the lead in the first place.
Yeah, it was a pretty interesting move. I think Griffin nearly took out Berkey, and yeah, I guess capitalised on it. Yeah, I overtook them both, and pace was good. I was pulling away a little bit from Berkey, and then Dylan found some pretty good pace towards the end and started fighting Berkey and James, so that helped me even more to build a gap. And yeah, I was just hitting my marks, miles forward, and yeah, it certainly worked.
Certainly did indeed. Well, it's a big haul of points for you, Luke, coming out of this round. It's 3 rounds in and 3 different winners, so this is looking like a heck of a competitive season so far.
Yeah, I've had a bit of a dodgy start. Been involved in a couple of incidents which has hampered my points haul, but yeah, it's awesome to get a win, my first win. And yeah, we'll just keep chipping away, see what happens towards the end of the year from the fight. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, indeed. Hopefully we get another chance to talk to you at the next round at Phillip Island, because Synergy Sim Racing has often gone very well there in the past. Before we let you go, Luke, anyone you'd like to thank from the top step of the podium?
Yeah, so I want to thank everyone at SSR, especially Jared Filser with the strategy help and the setup help as well for today. Yeah, I want to thank Wave Runner Performance Center and Cozy, no, sorry, Dr. Epoxy, sorry, and DYD Customs. Yeah, they're good guys.
You're a good guy too, Luke. Thanks very much for joining us here in the interview booth. Next up, we've got a very frenetic second place from Dylan O'Shea. Dan Yeaman's going to have a chat to him about that.
Sure will, Reese. Well, Dylan, had to work for that one there tonight, but congratulations. Welcome to the top split podium here. Well, it all got a bit crazy as the race was going on, but then that final lap, just sort of walk us through that there with the pressure that Wayne Burke was trying to apply on you there at the end of the race.
Yeah, it was pretty tough. I was frying the rears when I was battling with him, so then like when I went for a move, I just mess it up and slide it, and he'd cut under, and then that's what happened into that back section. That fast double left, we were side by side, and I just tried to brake as late as possible into the right hander, and kind of just struggled there for a bit, and Burke got into my quarter and kind of just tagged me. I couldn't really do anything, just a passenger. Thankfully, there's a big runoff there, so I was able to escape without any damage, and then hold it off the slowdown.
It was, yeah. We were wondering there if you were going to be able to burn the slowdown in time. Were you perhaps helped by the fact you had to go out so wide to gather the car back up through that section of the track to actually be able to then keep your foot mostly in it down the back straight there for the final time? Because we were watching, like, say, Berkey there had to obviously bleed off a fair bit, and both James Scott and Griffin Gardner got past him there as he sorted that one out for himself. Yeah,
I have no idea. I just went with what the slowdown was saying and managed to, at the end of the straight, have 7/10 on Scott, and yeah, that was pretty comfortable to go around the last corner and finish second. Yeah, well, you certainly looked the part. Also, at one point, I was wondering if we were going to see how you went there in the race, because you were in behind Griffin there for a bit. I was thinking, does maybe Griffin get to play the seniority card at that point? But you got either let go or you made the move, and you just suddenly had a massive turn of pace relative to what it seemed Griffin could deliver with about 15 or so laps to go at that stage, I think. Yeah, I was just happy to sit behind him, because I've kind of never really been in a position where I'm able to race these guys. So I wasn't 100% confident, but when he said that he was going to let me go, I took the opportunity and managed to pull away. But I think he said he fried his tyres early on battling for the lead, so that definitely didn't help his pace. But he played the team card, and yeah, very thankful for that. All in all, pretty good night for you boys at 9-5. SimSports, we'll let you go, mate. Who do you want to thank tonight for the result? Just like to thank the whole 9-5 team, fresh team for me, and been nothing but help. And then the team sponsors, Racecraft, Turn In Race Apparel, RSW Graphics, Racing Ears, and Cutting Edge Tracks, and RB Media too. There we are. Dylan O'Shea joins us for the first time here after the Split 1 podium. Second place to his name at the end of the Sebring 250.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Dylan O'Shea. And the last driver we're going to chat to tonight, third place, James Scott. Well, James, that was a bit of an up and down race for you. Unfortunately, not getting the start you needed from pole position, but still all of that chaos in the second half of the race got you the podium in the end. So you must be happy with how things turned out all up.
Bit 50-50, to be honest. I was away all day today, and only got back about 20 minutes or so before the race, and I had a few wheel dramas during the week, and I had to do some updates, and something must happen with my clutch, and it was pretty much on full or nothing. So tried to do my best off the start, but it was pretty bad. So, but yeah, plenty of chaos in the middle of the stint. Tried to stay out of it, and yeah, luckily to come away with the podium.
Yeah, still a good haul of points for you coming out of this round. If we look forward to the next round of the series at Phillip Island, we've noticed historically Synergy Sim Racing always prepares really good cars for Phillip Island, and that was even before the recent uptick of the team with with the really good setups that a lot of the drivers of Synergy have been spruiking. So, are you hoping that it's going to be another podium, potentially a win at the island?
Yeah, obviously the win's always the goal, but yeah, we've had okay cars there. Obviously historically we've had pretty good cars, but just the last few rounds we've struggled maybe just a little bit at Phillip Island. So hopefully we can find what we're missing there. We think we found something last time we raced there, so yeah, hopefully we've got a good car and can challenge for the win.
Awesome stuff. Well, thanks very much for joining us, James. Is there anyone you'd like to thank before we let you go?
Yeah, obviously all the guys at SSR, Jared for jumping on the radio, helping me and Luke out and the rest of the guys, and obviously all our great sponsors, SSR with Wave Runner Performance, Dr. Epoxy, and I'm sure I've forgotten a few, but I'm sure Luke covered them. So, and obviously you guys for the broadcast and all the guys behind the scenes to make the series happen.
Yeah, indeed. Thanks very much, James. And hopefully we get another chance to chat to you at some point in the next few weeks because, well, it's going to be a bit of a break here towards the next round, Dan. The next round of the championship at Phillip Island, I believe, is going to be on the 15th of April or thereabouts. So we've got a bit of time to wait here for the next round. Yeah, 16th of April. My apologies. Of course, we've got support categories on the Friday night, and that's going to be a real fun one. Coming back to Australia, one of the fastest, most flowing circuits on the service.
It is indeed. Also, please note that by the time we get to round 4 in mid-April, we will have a time zone change with reverting back to Australian Eastern Standard Time. So only 2 hours behind for you, Reese, and any other fellow people from WA. And also syncs up syncs up the entire East Coast together. So Queensland is no longer an hour behind there as well. But yeah, going to have ourselves another split sprint format. So 2 races for split 1, along with the introductory race for split 2. One last thing I wanted to talk about, but I can't actually find what I'm looking for in terms of information, because I just noticed something in the race control chat from the team at Oceanic Sim Racing, but I'm not seeing anything in my sort of event log. But it's been posted that there's a 10-second time penalty for James Scott, but on lap 32, I don't see him being near Griffin Garner, or Ethan Grigol, which is the other driver. So actually, no, hang on, there's a couple of things here. Let's actually go back and have a look at what that might be, because a 10-second time penalty will promote Griffin Gardner to 3rd place on corrected results and demote James Scott to 13th. That is how close everyone in the top 10 is. But let's see here. I'll hopefully get this right. And that's that one there. And then hit the old switch. Let's see if we can piece this together. So you probably saw it, but to be honest, I've had such a hard time.
Yeah, okay, so James Scott getting in there and a bit too deep for Ethan Grigold, and yeah, ended up sending him off the track there, it seems.
So if that's the extent of what happened there on lap 32, which I believe it is, because then we'll see Egg here get shuffled back by several of the drivers in this group, but that apparently has been deemed, so 10 seconds to be added to James Scott's time manually after the race for that there. So
it seems like a pretty innocuous incident to have a 10-second time penalty for, so I'm wondering if it might have been something else.
Possibly, but lap 32, Ethan Grigol, that is the main moment there in terms of things happening on the circuit. So,
All right.
Yeah, maybe a couple of questions there as to exactly which one we were looking for there, but that's going to have to be it in terms of what happened out there on the circuit.
Yep, definitely will. And I think before we go, another little heads up for everybody out there who's following the supports categories and who wants to race in it. On the 25th of March, there will be a solo weekend for the V8SCOPS supports races. The Grand Tour, 2-litre Tourers, and the Flat 4s as well are going to be competing in a Bathurst 6-hour. That's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, I was going to actually get the information back on screen. I had that all prepped from Friday, and then I've removed it all because I replaced it with tonight's stuff. But yeah,
that's fine. No worries. Just remember, everybody, keep your calendars slotted in for the 25th of March, because that Bathurst 6 hours is going to be broadcast here on SimSpeed TV as well. Either way, that's going to bring things to an end for tonight. What a weekend of V8SCOPS action here at Sebring. Never disappoints. And we hope that you can join us for, of course, the 6 hour on the 25th of March and the next round of SCOPS on the weekend of the 16th of April. I'm Reese Gardner, Dan Yeaman with me in the comms box and bringing you these pictures across YouTube, Facebook and Twitch. Make sure to give us a follow on all of our socials. And we'll see you next time here on SimSpeed TV.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.